All right, everyone. Good morning. It is 10:02. We're going to get the 10:01, 10 o'clock. We're going to get the Housing Committee started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so a couple housekeeping things before we get started. There's a few new members of the House on this committee, so I just wanted to refer you to a resource that I use to stay organized as chair, but also I feel like to help the members stay organized. This is our committee flow chart. So at any point you can pull this online, but you can also pull it from ask the committee assistant to print copies. I printed everyone copies of the bills that are assigned to committee and what the status of them are. So that's for your reference to stay organized, and I found it very helpful for me. And then the only other thing is if time allows today, and we have a full committee, I may call an executive session on a couple bills. I've conferred with Representative Page on those bills. So just a heads up there. So don't leave for the day and not tell me. That'd be great. So with that, I want to open up the public hearing on HB 572 and call on Representative Stavis, the prime sponsor. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Alexander and honorable members of the committee. My name is Laurel Stavis. I represent the City of Lebanon, and it is my privilege to introduce HB 572 to you today, the Partners in Housing Bill. The program proposed here tackles affordability and what's called the missing middle. New Hampshire has no shortage of apartment buildings with rents starting at $2,000 a month or more, and we have a growing inventory of single-family homes approaching the 1 million mark and beyond. What we don't have are modestly priced homes that local developers can build and working families can afford. While we need more homes of all kinds, we need a substantial portion of those homes to be affordable to the people who form the bedrock of our communities: daycare workers, town clerks, teachers, firefighters, social workers, first responders, and so many more. We don't have these houses because they don't pencil out for developers. The costs of land, of borrowing, of construction, and permitting are just too high. Partners in Housing takes aim at these costs in three specific ways. First, by offering a database of municipal and county-owned land suitable for development. Second, by providing low-interest loans or grants to developers who work with municipalities to build entry-level homes on those sites. And third, by expediting planning board review. These mechanisms will save developers hundreds of thousands of dollars, creating new space for local and regional builders to compete and new incentives to build the homes New Hampshire residents so badly need. HB 572 provides the investment necessary to stand up the program and the legislative framework to make it work. All investments have to pay off, though, and in this case, New Hampshire will gain a growing stock of missing middle homes, more funding for towns when underutilized land starts producing tax revenue for the first time, greater employee retention for businesses, and a level playing field for local developers and builders. Partners will be housed in the Business and Economics Affairs Division, which continues to make planning processes more receptive to home building through its successful Housing Champions program. Finally, there is nothing mandatory about this program. It's a voluntary partnership that towns and counties can join if their governing bodies see fit to do so. In addressing affordability as a key driver of this problem, Partners in Housing could alter the trajectory of ever-increasing home prices and skyrocketing rentals. It will make it possible for communities to thrive and businesses to prosper by providing homes that people can reasonably afford. I want to thank the committee for considering this proposal and for its crucial work in finding ways to confront New Hampshire's housing shortage. We're confident and optimistic that Partners in Housing, together with the many other ideas that come before you this term, will help pull us out of the truly dangerous situation that we're in. I also want to thank all the individuals and organizations who support Partners in Housing and who have been with us since the beginning.
To housing. Really, it's any infrastructure that would support housing. The program also would allow BEA, this is one of the other expenses, to create a statewide database that would enable municipalities to participate in putting municipally owned land open for development on that. That would then be available for developers to research and source. And I'd have to look to the drafters to see if there was anything else that that would be composed of that.
I just have a quick follow-up.
Oh.
So I think that that explains the grant, but in terms of the loan portion of it, how much money is being lent out? Who, I guess BEA is lending it. Who is receiving these loans?
So the bill leaves, I think, that a little bit open to be defined through the rules process. During the Housing Champions program, we worked with the Housing Champions Advisory Committee to develop the rules. I imagine there would be another process like that to be able to narrow down the loan program. In the Housing Champions and Invest New Hampshire program last year, we didn't have enough funding in the Housing Champions program to focus on some of the aspects that were listed in the legislation. And so the rules that we have were really to focus on what we did have money for, which was the infrastructure and the per unit. So there's also the aspect of technical assistance, which we funded through basically the HOP program, previous HOP program, which was federally funded, Invest in H, and didn't draft specific rules to do that. So there would need to be a new rulemaking process to provide more detail on those aspects of the program. But the eligible recipients are listed in the legislation, the proposed bill.
I'll say.
Can I just ask where in the legislation that's listed, just so I can look at it?
I just have to listen to my talking points here. The Housing Champions program is open to municipalities and counties and developers building workforce housing. So,
Representative Page.
May I help
ahead.
answer that
Yeah.
question? Under the representative's question, there is a portion here where it says grants and loans may be made by the department to housing developers to whom a municipality or county pursuant to the RSA above transfers ownership of the municipally or county owned property for the purpose of residential development, where at least 20% of the housing units to be developed will be affordable for a period of at least 20 years. So in terms of eligible recipients, I think that is where in the bill we have that.
Representative Howland.
I just have a quick one because you mentioned the housing opportunity grants, and so I think which I had asked the commissioner before just to give a list of all the ordinances that actually got passed during the housing opportunity grants, because I think it's really important for everybody to see it. It gives some accountability to show that the money actually did something. Under this, and specifically because you're going to continue to fund the Housing Champions, is there still some grant money in there to have communities who haven't reached the point of housing champions to continue to provide them with some technical assistance so that they can get to housing champions?
The Housing Opportunity Program, I don't believe there are any funds left. They just went through the final round of that. New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority has been managing that program. This would provide additional funding for technical assistance to communities to continue that. And let's see, the first part of your question was,
More of a comment, actually, that I had asked the commissioner to provide it to go out, find a list. And I know that HOP 2 just was this fall, but if we could see a list of the ordinances that communities passed, because I think, again, we're allocated, I think there was millions of dollars that was allocated, that we can actually see the specific ordinances just to give us an idea what we got for our money.
yep, we have a list that we could compile for you on that.
That'd be great if you could send that to us.
Yep, and we did, because this does connect to the Housing Champions existing legislation, we did, and I think Commissioner mentioned this at the last meeting, we did award 18 communities Housing Champions, and we're now in an open grant process, application process for the infrastructure and the housing production grant. So,
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Margaret Burns.
Good morning, Margaret Burns, representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are here this morning in support of House Bill 572, establishing the Partners in Housing program. This program builds upon the Housing Champions program that already exists, and it really exemplifies state-local partnership in addressing the housing crisis while also empowering local officials and their voters to make decisions that are in the best interest of the community. NHMA's member-adopted policies are to create more local options and more incentives to municipalities to address zoning and to take steps to assist in improving housing opportunities in their communities. You've heard a lot of testimony about what the bill does, so I don't think I need to repeat that, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any. I will note, Mr. Chairman, that you had referenced on page 1 the authority to lease property. I do read the changes to RSA 4111A on page 1 to really just be revisions of already existing authority, not to actually change the authority the governing body has. And when I look at page 2, section 5, the Partners in Housing program, and as far as the grants and loans that are available, it appears that they're available only in circumstances where there's a transfer of ownership of the property from the municipality or the county for the purpose of residential development. So I don't read this program to also include leasing of land for a period of time to be eligible for the grants and loans. But I'm certainly willing to speak with the sponsor if I'm misunderstanding that. So I think that concludes my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Ms. Burns? You're off the hook.
Thank you.
This time, right? Bob Quinn.
Good morning. My name is Bob Quinn. I am the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. And we are supportive of anything that's going to increase housing inventory in the state. In 2024, median sale price in New Hampshire for a single family home was $514,000. That was an increase of about 9.3% from the previous year. Nationally, housing prices increased 5%. So we were almost twice the national average. And I think inflation, CPI, was about 2.3. So housing prices are increasing at a far greater rate than inflation is here in the state. To underscore that point, last week, Realtor.com released a study, and we've talked about starter homes and the need for starter homes. So a starter home, as we define it, is a home which is, if median price is half sold above, half sold below, starter home would be 75% above, 25% below. Since the beginning of COVID, the starter homes in New Hampshire have increased 88%. the median price. That is the highest of any state in the country, according to Realtor.com. So the definition of what the number is, that actual number for a starter home in New Hampshire is about $425,000. So the reason for the increasing and the problem with affordability in the state is we just don't have enough inventory of houses. And if you look at permitting over the past 5 years in New Hampshire, you'll see it's relatively flat. Estimates are that we need about 20,000 new housing units today to meet the demand. And that's going to go up to 60,000, I think, before 2030, according to the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. So obviously, there's a need for programs. We understand there are a number of programs in the state. There's Invest New Hampshire, Housing Champions, the Affordable Housing Fund, all sort of looking for dollars, and there are dwindling dollars in the state. So we are very cognizant of that fact. I'll leave you, I think, that ultimately, in terms of resolving the housing problem in New Hampshire, we have to expand private property rights, and we need less government regulation in order to do that. And with that, I'll conclude my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Questions? Representative Bolio.
So thank you so much for your testimony. I was actually really surprised and shocked that New Hampshire has the highest starter home price. I mean, that's really
Increase.
Or yeah, highest increase. So that's really a wake up call. In your estimation, does NHAR have an estimate about how many housing units would be needed in order to sort of restore balance to our market?
So right now, the estimate, and this is coming from the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, it's not our numbers. Today, if we added 20,000 units, that would meet sort of demand. In December, another metric you can use, there was 1.5 months of housing supply. You want 6 months. 6 months is a balanced market, so buyers and sellers sort of on an equal footing. And we're at 1.5 months. So that means that everything that's on the market today, if nothing else came on the market, we would eliminate that supply within 6 weeks. That is remarkably low. Nationally, it's about, even though there's a housing supply nationally, it's about twice that.
Follow up?
Yep. Can I have a follow-up? So another question is, the existing housing supply that we have, do you have sort of an estimation of, when that housing was built and who built it? Like, was it private developers? Was it a government program? And kind of what decades was most of the housing inventory in New Hampshire?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I do know that information does exist.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you.
Ivy Van. The Honorable.
Good morning, committee members. I'm Ivy Van. I am a certified land use planner nationally. I work all over the United States, and I've been working in New England. And I've been doing a lot of work in New Hampshire through the Housing Opportunity Planning Grant Program. I've worked with probably a dozen towns, varying sizes as small as Sullivan, which I think is 652 people, up through Lebanon, which is, I'm not sure how many people Lebanon has, but it's way bigger. In any case, I'm here to support this bill. I wanted to talk a little bit about why a bill like this is really important, particularly for small developers. In one of my other jobs, I am a faculty member for the Incremental Development Alliance, which is a 501c3 that works nationwide to help people become small developers in their own places, increasing their own net worth and improving their places by providing more housing and getting buildings that are not on the tax rolls back on the tax rolls. One of the things that we see all the time, everywhere, is that it's very difficult to make construction pencil. The rubric that we use is that if you're looking at rental prices, for every dollar that you can realistically expect to get in rent from a property, you cannot put more than $100 into creating that unit. Because if you do, you are an ex-developer. If you used your own money, now you're in the hole. If you borrowed the money from your brother-in-law, he's not speaking to you anymore. If you tried to get it from the bank, they laughed at you. So anything that we can do that will bring down the cost of creating that unit, either by providing land that belongs to the town or city, or by providing grants for the creation of those units, is a help. So, for example, if construction prices in New Hampshire right now are running somewhere between $3.25 and $3.75 a square foot. That's $375 a square foot. I am so old that I remember when that number was 52. So if you run the numbers, if I'm trying to build a small unit, so suppose I'm trying to build one of those cottages in Lebanon's cottage courts, and I'm building a 900 square foot 2-bed, 2-bath unit, or even 1-bath unit, I am going to be expending just on the construction something close to $300,000. So I might be able to sell it, but I sure can't rent it at $3,000 a month. And that's what it works out to. So anything like this that will allow bringing down that initial capital outlay so that sale and rental prices can be lower going forward is a huge help. The other thing I'd like to say is that I think we sometimes forget that missing middle is a building typology, not a price point. And we need to be aware that that's the case, that what we're talking about here is house-sized multifamilies, which will fit into existing neighborhoods. I worked on the Lebanon Pattern Zone project, and we were very careful about the way we did the survey to see what will fit in these neighborhoods. So I would like to urge the committee to support this bill and see it through, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from Ms. Van? Representative Bolio?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you everyone for bearing with me because I have so many questions because this is such an important topic. So you mentioned 300, cost of over $300 a square foot for construction.
Yep.
What are the major factors that have driven those costs so high? What is causing that to be so high?
Land, labor, lumber, laws. Lumber's expensive, likely to get more expensive in the immediate future. We don't have enough labor in New Hampshire. We're short on subcontractors. That is also likely to become more difficult. And of course, local zoning laws that require large lots and have minimum square footages, those also, and parking, which I'll be back to talk to you later today about, is also part of what drives it.
Okay, and then my follow-up with this currently proposed bill, which of those factors does this bill most strongly address? Because one of the things that I'm just caught up on is, the $10 million, if that is, let's just say, loaned out at below market rates for developers because it'd be too risky for a bank, they'd laugh at you, like you said. Apparently, the taxpayer could make that risk. But that $10 million, if we factor it out based on construction costs, we could build maybe 27 of these 900 square foot cottages. So that's for $10 million, we get 27 units, and we need 23,000.
Right. Well, all housing is housing. The other thing to remember is that this also allows for the use of municipally owned land. So that's it right there. In my town right now, a lot in town with water and sewer is going for about $150,000. So if we can eliminate the cost of land, that's a big step in the right direction. So, and also the fact that it streamlines the process of approval for these projects is a huge help. If I've borrowed money from the bank to build a thing, I'm paying for that money every month. And the longer that you make me wait to do the building that I'm trying to do, the more expensive that building is. You bet.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
My pleasure. See you
We'll
later.
see you at 1:00.
Yeah.
Last to testify is Stephanie Schuler.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Schuyler, and I'm with AARP New Hampshire. And I'm representing our 212,000 AARP members of the Granite State, and we strongly support this bill. My experience in housing includes serving on the board of a nonprofit housing developer, leading the Workforce Housing Coalition of the Greater Seacoast, and also having the privilege of serving on the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority for 10 years as a board member. I'm not going to go through my entire testimony. You can read that at your leisure. I'll just focus on the highlights and why AARP is interested in this. And AARP is deeply invested in long-term services and support programs and understands how housing stability intersects with caregiving and community health. Access to affordable housing enables family caregivers to remain close to their loved ones, reduce stress, and supports aging in place. Workforce housing is essential for retaining service-linked staff and other critical personnel who deliver services that benefit our most vulnerable populations. I'll stop there, and I thank you very much for your attention and your service to this state, which is invaluable.
Thank you, Ms. Schuyler. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here to testify on HB 572? All right, seeing none, I'm gonna close that public hearing and recess for 5 minutes or so to track down Representative Newell. Okay. Okay, it's 10:45. We're going to get back started. I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 604 FN and call on the prime sponsor, Representative Newell. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Alexander. For the record, my name is Jody Newell, and I represent Cheshire 4 in Keene. I'd like to express my gratitude to you all today for giving me your time and attention. We are at a crisis point. We need 23,000 housing units immediately. Not tomorrow, not next year, not in 5 years. We need it now. That's what it would take to meet the current need. At the same time, the number of unhoused individuals and families continue to grow in much of the country, but particularly here in New Hampshire, we are setting grim records year over year. In order to address this, we've deployed a variety of helpful programs to facilitate the creation of housing units in all forms, including accessory dwelling units. However, there's a discrepancy when it comes to incentives. While we invest in programs to incentivize larger scale development, we do not do the same for accessory dwelling units. ADUs are particularly helpful housing options to a wide variety of our residents. Empty nesters looking to downsize, college kids, young adults just starting out in careers, folks in the disability community, and older folks living on a fixed income. Creating an ADU can also provide stability for individuals and families who currently own a home, but are having difficulty keeping up with rising costs. I think we can all agree that it would be better for those securely housed to be able to stay in their homes and in their community if they so choose. In fact, the prospect of adding housing stock in this way has many benefits for many people: the lower income homeowner, the renter, the municipality, local businesses, and contractors, to name a few. In my research and experience, both personally and working with others in the Monadnock region, I have found that accessory dwelling units are often the only plausible solution of housing needs in rural communities and small towns, where neither the need or desire for larger projects exists. Sure, a 2 to 4 unit duplex or a townhome may sound like a good solution in theory, but it is not economically appealing to a developer in reality. In this context, ADUs are perfect. In some larger cities and towns, the need for affordable housing may be present, but land is at a premium. And in order for a developer to make profit, they need to build bigger and charge higher rents. ADUs are a great way to bolster an increase in housing there. While the benefits of ADU creation is understood, and many people would like to create one, or maybe even more depending on their local ordinances, the upfront costs are clearly prohibitive. So let's talk about the potential solution that I'm proposing. This bill sets out to provide a structure for a program that would help bring the cost down, specifically for lower income homeowners, so that we are adding units to satisfy the overwhelming need, but we're also preventing housed individuals and families from losing their own stability. The program would require rent for these units to be at or below the affordable threshold, a descriptor that only applies to 13% of the current housing stock in New Hampshire. To put this in context, in Cheshire County, the best county, just saying, 30% housing cost for a single person making 80% of the AMI would translate to $1,400 a month, including utilities. It doesn't exist. This would be the required rent cap on any accessory dwelling units created by participants in this program. Now, I think I need to address the fiscal note on this one, so I will. I think it's a little presumptuous and flawed in a couple of ways. So just to clarify, I'd like to provide a little bit of context. Accessory dwelling units vary widely. There are detached ADUs, which very simply do not share a wall with the main home. These can be built new or be renovated and repurposed to existing structures, a garage or a barn, for example. Then there are attached ADUs, possibly one of many styles of addition, or an attached garage, for example, or a unit above the garage. They could even incorporate existing space that is sectioned off in order to add space to accommodate a full attached unit. Considering the vast differences in the types of projects we're talking about here, I'm really confused at the numbers we're starting with. Take, for example, the difference between converting an attached garage with a shared wet wall and building an entirely new building. The cost of each project varies as widely as the project itself. And I've spoken with a handful of contractors and builders, and frankly, these numbers are shocking to them. Further, it is not my intention here to necessarily finance an entire project, but to make projects like this feasible. We understand this in terms of development, and in fact, we accommodate it. But in that context, we don't get 100% affordable units. We usually get something like 20%. That simply does not meet the need, so I'm trying to bring forward a proposal that would. So let's take a minute and think about what this may look like in practice. According to the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, home values have increased by 66% in the last 5 years. Forgive me for all the numbers I'm about to. Say a homeowner owes $100,000 on their home after paying for a few years, but the value of that home has risen by $50,000 above what they paid. Given a decent credit history, this homeowner could leverage their investment to access a home equity loan, and they'd be looking at a monthly payment of about $630 a month based on 8.75 interest rate is what we're at right now over the course of 10 years. At that rate, this homeowner could ensure that by renting the unit, even at an affordable rate, they could cover loan payments, set aside a little for emergencies, and still have money to make ends meet. But if the contractor quotes $100K for the unit, that's no longer feasible. If this person is willing to rent the unit at an affordable monthly rate for that same 10 years, and their income falls into the lower income category, they would qualify for a $50,000 forgivable loan under this program. What I've laid out here are parameters for a program that would help folks stay in their home and provide 100% affordable housing units for renters. As they say, the devil's in the details, but for goodness sake, we need to think outside the box if we are actually going to meet the need that we face. This seemed to me like a pretty good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions for Representative Newell? Representative Hallam.
So when you envision like the loan program, would you have more of a sliding scale? So in other words, you said this to qualify, you had to have 80%, it had to be 80% or below AMI for rental. But if I'm building an ADU and I come in and say I'm going to have my rent at 40% of AMI, would in this loan forgiveness program, would you give more money to someone like that to reach a higher need?
No, it's specifically to be rented as what is considered affordable. And the way that we do that, it comes from HUD. So it's 80% of AMI for that area. Around here, it's by county. That's why I talked about, the best one, Cheshire. And so it would be 30% of that is what is considered affordable. So they would have to charge that 30%. That's, yeah. Yes, I know. It's throwing some numbers around. Not usually my thing.
So I have a question regarding the forgiveness part of it. Would you consider, instead of is it a complete forgiveness of the loan, you would consider something where they would offer it at a lower interest rate? I guess I'm wondering about the state's ability to recoup some of the cost of this, so it's not just a handout and it shall be forgiven, but maybe they can create like a revolving fund for this sort of thing, where they can slowly build up the fund. I guess I'm wondering what your thoughts on that is.
I think anything that we do will be helpful. Number one, I'll just put it like that. Anything that we do to be able to make it more affordable, I think will be helpful. But what I had envisioned with this is to say, for example, you factor out a 20-year repayment plan, right? If you do this for 10 years, you've satisfied it and your loan will be forgiven. Or if it's combined with something else, you can defer the payments. So I think there are a variety of ways we can go about it. That's why I say about the devil in the details. I think I'm really trying to provide a structure and a goal, and then hopefully be able to work with folks to figure out exactly what that would look like and still be, helpful.
Thank you. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I have a follow-up after this. Is it fair to say that not only would something like this incentivize people to build affordable housing, which we desperately need, that missing middle that we previously talked about. But actually, in that process, because we're helping them generate a revenue source for themselves, we're helping lift that lower LMI population, or I guess it might just be 80% might be just low income population up. Isn't that accurate?
Absolutely.
And my follow up?
Yep.
Thank you. Were you aware, per the chair's comments just now, about a revolving fund, that there was a bill last year that would have created a loan program that was self-sustaining to help people purchase affordable housing? And that type of program in that bill might fit in well with this. Because if a private institution can make money lending out loans for people to have housing, then why can't the state do that at cost?
Agree.
Great. Other questions for Representative Noel? Seeing none, thank you. Nick Norman.
Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak. We've looked at this one and actually don't have an opinion for or against. There's, as we read through it, we see some pros and cons. So I just wanted to mention those. And there's some technical things that I see as an issue with the way that some of the language is written. Certainly, it would be a benefit to have more housing. And we're all for creation of more housing. So incentivizing that is a good idea. There are some in our membership that think that it's too much of a cost for the state, the taxpayers to pay through the state to benefit a few individuals. I'm not saying that's my opinion. There's just varying thoughts on that. There's, I think, a very troubling piece of the way that this is written. If you look at page 1, line 24, it just talks about the ability to forgive the loan. And to forgive the loan, it would have to be rented at the affordable lower income household rates for the duration of the loan term. So the way it's written, it sounds like someone's renting that property, they lose their income or their income's greatly reduced. Well, to keep the forgiveness piece here, then you'd have to lower the rent to whatever their existing income is now. So it would make it totally unworkable the way that that's written. You could write it in another way, that the lease, it was rented at the start of the lease, and then whatever happens, well, that's the way life happens. But the way that's written, like someone could totally lose their income, be existing on benefits and support, and the rent would have to be brought to zero or some extremely low number just to keep the forgiveness portion active. The other one is that there's, I think it's the next page. Anyway, it talks about the loan term. This would have to be kept for the loan term, but the loan term is not defined. So I don't know what that means. So I would think something would need to be done to define what that loan term would be. That's my only comments. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to testify this morning. In regard to the possibility of a tenant losing their income and then the rent rate being based on that income, isn't the calculation of affordability based on the HUD definition of affordability and the HUD definition of lower income household, which is 80% of the AMI for the county? Isn't it not based on the individual tenant's income, but rather on that 80% of AMI?
I see your point. I'd have to think about that. That might answer the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gibbs. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. And my apologies, Representative Damon, I didn't see you before, but come on up.
Good morning. No apology needed, Representative or Chair Alexander. And thank you, committee. For the record, I'm Representative Hope Damon. I represent Sullivan County District 8, the towns of Ackworth, Langdon, Leominster, Goshen, Washington, Springfield, Sunapee, my hometown of Croydon, and the city of Claremont, where there is a lot of need for affordable housing and a largely over the district very modest socioeconomic status. There are many folks who could benefit from this creative bill. And I would comment with a cliche. This to me is like the give a man a fish or teach him how to fish. Help somebody have revenue to stay in their home, and they will continue to be able to be there and be a property taxpayer, and in many cases, a person working in our business economy that we very much need those employees, especially Sullivan County is growing. We have increasing need in industry, and we want people to be able to live there. I want to just mention a very recent, I think it was a couple days ago, note from a constituent who said, essentially, my wife and I have two upper middle income professional positions. We have saved a sizable down payment, and we are $100,000 under budget for any home we can find to buy anywhere near where we work in Sullivan County. If they were able to purchase a property and put an ADU in, they could have rental income to subsidize their mortgage, and they are not unique in that. The other point that I would make is I want to reinforce Representative Newell's introductory remarks regarding the variation in cost to create ADUs. So as the spouse of a longtime residential building contractor who mostly did renovations and remodeling, often on old or older homes, I kind of have a personal resource on approaches to construction and ways to mitigate costs. And as I talked with George about this bill and said, you know, in this market, labor's expensive, materials are expensive. Would it really cost this much on average for an ADU? His perspective was very much not necessarily. Depends on all the myriad of decisions that you make in both the design process and what you do. There are a lot of ways to reduce costs. For example, putting a bathroom and a kitchen very close to the existing plumbing is a whole lot less expensive than if you put it on the other side of your modest size ADU and you've got a lot more work to do and a lot more material cost. Great variation in the cost of cabinets, etc. I will not take the committee's time itemizing that, but I think that homeowners who are interested in doing this could certainly get good quality advice to help them do it for more like $100,000 if it's within the existing building. So I would very much encourage the committee to reinterpret the fiscal note with a range of costs for creating ADUs. And I will just state my strong support, and then I will boogie back to Education Funding Committee where we are trying to figure out how to lower property taxes.
Well, thank you for doing
Thank you.
that. Any questions for Representative Damon? Seeing none, thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well. Jack Ruderman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Jack Ruderman with New Hampshire Housing. I am our Energy and Legislative Affairs Advisor. I want to start out by saying we are very bullish on ADUs. Our job is to fill the housing gap in New Hampshire, and that's going to take a variety of solutions. There's no single, no silver bullet. It's the old silver buckshot. And so ADUs are one of our top 3 legislative priorities this session. We have commissioned studies on ADUs. We have produced fact sheets on ADUs. We have convened conferences on ADUs. So we are very much in favor of a measure that will increase the ability of folks in existing homes to create ADUs, or folks who maybe want to downsize and live in an ADU next to a family member's house, for instance. On the issue of construction costs, our numbers were based on the assumption that you would be creating a freestanding detached unit or new construction attached unit. As Ivy Van testified, construction prices are insanely high. And she noted that prices right now range from $325 to $375 per square foot. For our purposes, we estimated $275 to $300 per square foot. Putting together a new ADU is a very costly endeavor, and we stand by our estimate of a new freestanding unit costing $275,000 to $300,000, and I think in some ways that may actually be a little bit conservative. However, the point that not all ADUs fit that mold is well taken. And yes, you could have a garage and you just need to put a bedroom, a kitchenette, and plumbing above that unit. And sure, that might cost $100,000. So I would, readily acknowledge that we picked one data point, and it probably is a better idea to use a variety of data points. So the cost could be 100,000, I would say, to 325,000, depending on the type of ADU and choices that are made. But I will say that, choices such as, cabinets and going with something less expensive like IKEA, like folks are already doing that. People aren't building luxury ADUs as far as we know. Again, we support having a program like this. It's important to note, as the chair did, that the way this bill is written, this is essentially a grant program. And the funding for that has to come from somewhere. So the suggestion that perhaps it be a revolving loan fund, I think, is something we would be very open to. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Ruderman? Representative Bolio.
I have a question. So, yeah, thank you for your testimony, and I agree with you. ADUs being part of, one of the things that New Hampshire can do to really help solve our housing crisis. In terms of impediments to building ADUs, what do you think would be maybe the most effective strategy? What would be the one thing that, the legislature could do to increase the amount of ADUs?
That would be a bill loosening some of the restrictions on ADUs, and there is such a bill that the chairman is a sponsor of, that this committee, I'm sure, will be hearing. And it's, a pretty broad and comprehensive bill, basically looking at the ADU law that was passed 8 or 10 years ago, which was something we actually were very supportive of and helped draft. So I think a new bill saying, okay, it's been 8 years or 10 years. Let's allow detached units by right, not by special exception. And let's let everybody, as of right, have one ADU, whether it's attached or detached, and various other sort of technical fixes and things to just make the process easier. So we're very much looking at that bill as a top priority.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Stephanie Schuyler.
Stephanie Schuyler, still with AARP, and we support HB 604. Once again, I'll just talk about the highlights since I'm passing around my written testimony. And we believe ADUs play a critical role in addressing housing affordability and promoting community well-being. By allowing low-income homeowners to create additional living spaces in the property, this bill would support family caregivers. ADUs are a vital tool for unpaid family caregivers who often need flexible, nearby housing solutions to care for aging parents, relatives with disabilities, or loved ones recovering from illness. The ability to build or renovate an ADU enables caregivers to provide high-quality, close proximity care without significantly disrupting their own lives. ADUs also facilitate aging in place. Many older adults wish to remain in their communities as they age. ADUs provide an ideal solution by allowing seniors to downsize while staying close to their families and familiar neighborhoods. Renovating existing structures into ADUs can also ensure more accessibility and safety, helping older adults maintain their independence for as long as possible. ADUs also strengthen intergenerational living. They promote arrangements where family members can live together or nearby while maintaining their privacy. The arrangement supports stronger family bonds and enhances emotional and financial stability. And another thing ADUs do is expand affordable housing options. ADUs provide an opportunity for homeowners to generate supplemental income through rentals while simultaneously offering affordable housing options to tenants. And lastly, ADUs address workforce housing needs by expanding the housing supply, particularly in areas with limited affordable housing options. ADUs help address workforce housing shortages and foster vibrant, sustainable communities. For these reasons and so many others, AARP supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schuyler, for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And last on this bill is Ivy Van.
Good morning again, committee. I'm still Ivy Van. I'm still a planner. One thing that I was thinking about when I was listening to the testimony on this bill and the question about, is this really a grant program, is I would urge the drafters and the committee, as you think about working on this bill, to take a look at Montpelier, Vermont's program for accessory dwelling units. I think the planner in Montpelier is Michael Miller. I think he's still the planner. Montpelier put together a program probably, it was before the pandemic, so probably 5 years ago, where they appropriated $500,000 at town meeting and put it into a revolving loan fund for this very purpose, for creating accessory dwelling units. And one of the ways that they structured it is that if the property were sold at the time of the sale, the loan would be repaid. So that might be a model that would be worth looking at. Otherwise, I'd say that anything that gets ADUs built is a good thing. They're not the cheapest solution, but they are a very good solution. I would be cautious about structuring this in such a way that the homeowner doesn't really realize any benefit from the ADU in terms of financial recompense. One of the things I see a lot as a planner working in New England is that we've got a lot of little old ladies, and I can say that because I am one. We've got a lot of little old ladies living in houses that are way too big for them. And they can't keep paint on the house. They can barely pay the taxes. If they put in an ADU, they need to get some of the benefit of that money, of that action. So those are things that I'd like to offer the committee as they think about this project going forward. Anything we can do to get more housing units built is worth doing. Housing is housing. Thanks. Happy to take any questions.
So Ms. Van, you're talking about specifically removing the AMI determinants and all that stuff and just creating a revolving fund.
Creating a revolving fund, and so the whole right now, workforce housing is 60% of AMI, area median income. If you said that, what I'd like to see avoided is that the homeowner doesn't get anything. So that if they're if they're renting at, let's think about numbers here. So suppose they get a loan for $100,000 to build this, and they are renting it out at 80% of AMI, which is low income. They should be able to keep some of that money. Do you see? So that they're not just providing this for nothing. And I
guess what you're saying is it ties their hands if they're being told they can only rent at a certain.
Exactly.
So
I
you're
think you
talking
should
about
put a
rent.
top on it, but I think that top should be high enough so that they actually generate some income from it. Because otherwise, why would you do this? I mean, yeah. It is not without personal cost to do.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so
Questions?
much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on HB 604? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. The committee will be in recess until 11:30. At that point, we will exec 3 bills. So we're in recess for about 15 minutes. Okay, I'm going to call the Housing Committee back to order. We're going to go into executive session. The first bill on the agenda that I'd like to exec is House Bill 65. I will entertain myself for a motion who will move that we retain House Bill 65. Is there a second? Second by Representative Miles. Just to talk about this a little bit, I think when we heard during public testimony, there isn't broad disagreement that there's no good merits to the bill. I think there's things that we can work on as a committee. I think it will require some time over the summer to do that. And, you know, if we decide in the summer that we can't get to a consensus or we can't figure it out, then we have options next fall. But I think I want to give the time to this bill that it deserves, and we can retain it over the summer, hopefully get some good work done, bipartisan work, and move forward. But I think the bill as written is unworkable. Any other discussion on that? Representative Bolio.
I would just second those comments. The other thing I would think that would make sense to retain this bill is there's also, as I understand, the Justice Department had a settlement with a couple major commercial landlords throughout the country. And the crux of that was they were all sharing information about what different rents were being charged. So maybe also give it some time to see what the implications are from that.
Other discussion on that? Representative Page.
I support this approach, and I just want to share with my caucus that I did have a good chat with the sponsor, who's also in agreement that this is a desirable way to go.
Okay. Anything else? All right. The motion is retain. I'm going to have the clerk call a roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton, Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Boras,
Yes.
Representative Reed is not in the room. Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin.
Yes.
Vote passes.
Oh.
Sorry. Chairman
okay.
Alexander?
Yes. I can vote this time. Yes. So motion passes 17-0. We don't need to write a report on this because it's still in the committee's hands. So this will not go on the floor for a vote. This is going to be in the committee's hands throughout the summer. The next bill on the list I'd like to pull up is House Bill 60. And I will call on Representative Thaxton for a motion.
I move that we move this bill forward with an ought to pass.
Ought to pass by Representative Thaxton. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Dumont seconds it. Representative Thaxton, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think that this bill has passed the House on several occasions. I think it's a sound bill, and I think that it works to expand the opportunity for people to invest in real estate on a small basis and provide better housing opportunities throughout the state of New Hampshire.
Other comments on this bill? Representative Howland.
So I understand actually the need for development, especially for developers to be able to recoup their costs. My real concern really was is we have a good cause for eviction, but there's really no good cause for like renewal of lease really written in. And so I think it was alluded to up here that only like 13% of renters' median income, you know, if you took median income of all the renters, only 13% of them actually can afford a 2-bedroom apartment. And that just speaks to how many people are rent burdened. And so 2 months really is not enough time for them. If it's sudden and you're a renter and that comes up, you don't have enough time or a security deposit to come up with the money to come up with a new apartment. And I think Crossroads mentioned that it's about $120 a day to house somebody that's lost their housing. And so I just think the way it's worked, there's not enough notification. So I want a better balance that helps the landlords, but also gives better notification to the tenants. And so I don't think this bill does it. So that's why I can't support it.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I can't support this bill either. And I understand in principle why one could support this bill. And I understand as a landlord myself, who has lived some of these issues on that side of it. I understand as somebody who has talked to folks trying to go through an eviction process and the challenge that that presents. So I get it. I get why it seems desirable. But then I also have to hear in my head the echoes of everyone who came to testify, New Hampshire Housing, the Coalition to End Homelessness, our local welfare agencies, and person after person came up and testified and said very clearly, this is going to drive additional homelessness in our state. And for me, setting aside the principle, which I understand, the practical reality of this bill, as I see it, is we're going to put more people into homelessness. And it's folks in every one of our districts. It's moms and their kids living out of the car. It's, seniors up in the North Country where I am who are living in tents in the woods. And we already have a real epidemic. And at this moment in time, I just personally feel that this change is irresponsible. So that's where I am coming from on this bill.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also can't support this bill. I do understand the argument for fairness to the landlord in terms of the equal understanding of the contract between tenant and landlord. But in the current housing market, with the difficulty of finding any apartments, let alone affordable apartments, the risk of putting people on the street, of evicting without good cause, and the result being that people are homeless, I'm just not willing to support that risk.
Thank you, Representative Miles.
I think we're using the word eviction irresponsibly. This is not an eviction process. This is the termination of a contract.
Just so on my end, to add on to that, this is a lease. This is a contract that was signed for a specific amount of time. It's a property rights issue. And I think what's important is we noted that, housing providers do not want to go through finding a new tenant. That's not like their top priority. It's actually very expensive for them to do that between application costs and other things. So they wouldn't use this as a way to, they wouldn't use this to get rid of a tenant. They would use this if the situation they would only use it if it was needed, and they want to keep good tenants in their houses, and if it's their property, they should be able to do what they want with it. And I think that's where I come from on it. Representative Page.
I guess my question following from that is, they're only going to use it when they need it. What is the need? We have these other good cause reasons for eviction, which I support. Of course, there are reasons, but is it just a personal disagreement with the tenant that you don't like the tenant? That to me raises all kinds of issues. You're saying it's to get rid of a bad tenant. Well, that's why we have eviction for cause. So, I see this as a way to skirt that, right? It's sort of, okay, well, instead of going through this process of an eviction, I'm just going to wait the 3 months for the lease to be up, and then I'm going to evict them for these reasons. But I am going to use this as a workaround. That's what I see this bill doing.
Representative Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With this and during the testimony, my heart really goes out to people, because a lot of these we're hearing testimony of people who are really suffering because of New Hampshire's housing crisis. And I think we've also heard from the testimony that this housing crisis is I think the legislative environment, the legislature in past sessions is partly to blame for the laws that we have. And I think that, there's a lot of laws that are made, to maybe try to address a problem or because there's this very, very strong emotional appeal. But the long-term consequences of some of these laws can really, really, really be dire. So I think that if this bill were to not pass, I think what would happen is you would not fix the fundamental problem. All that heart-wrenching testimony, those people would still be facing high rents. They would still be facing housing uncertainty. We'd still have escalating homelessness. And actually, in fact, you'd have a lot of housing providers who would be dissuaded from putting their property up because they think, wow, man, but if I have a problem tenant, they're going to be really difficult to get rid of, or I'm going to have to go have good cause, or I'm going to have to go to court, which is an expensive, time-consuming, and intimidating process, especially for the small mom and pop housing providers. So I think the net effect of this not passing will be a continuation of the housing crisis. It will not help any of the people who were facing possible evictions, and it actually probably could make it more difficult. In the testimony, one of the questions I asked was, if this bill would pass, would it make it easier for housing providers to provide housing? Would it encourage that? And the answer is yes. So I think let's do things which align incentives and allow people to provide housing.
Representative Dumont and then Representative Howland.
I just want to say, as a real estate broker, a developer, and a landlord, one thing that I've always seen is that what always makes for a successful relationship is when a contract is fair and equal on both sides. And I would say that this would allow both sides to come to the table and renegotiate a contract to benefit both parties with more notice rather than a landlord just serving a 30-day eviction notice.
Representative Howland.
So I think probably everybody hopefully is in agreement that the best thing is to have a tenant on a contract. You really want your tenant on a contract. And I think what really struck me was the lawyer who came up here and talked about how many people are actually off the contract more at will and month to month. And you never want the month to month because it's bad for a landlord because it's uncertainty to the landlord, and it's bad for the tenant because it gives uncertainty to them. And so that's why I keep coming back to the notification. It's better if the landlord is not waiting till 60 days before the contract is over, but there's more notification, particularly if a tenant has shown good cause. If you've paid your rent for, say, 6 months, you've been a good tenant, you haven't caused any problems, that the landlord is able to exercise more of an option to say, look, you're a great tenant. You've already said it's expensive to replace them. Why not give more notification to the tenant, maybe at the 6-month level, saying, look, would you like to renew the lease? It's going to cost this much more money. Is that feasible? That way it provides certainty to the landlord. They know if the tenant says, yes, I can do it, and you're going to renew the lease and there's no time when the tenant's off the lease. But by the same token, if the tenant's one of those rent stressed people and you say, no, your rent's going to go up $200, the person says, no, I can't afford it. There's a longer time period for the tenant to work with some of the social agencies to figure out where they are, so that we don't get to the end of the lease and the person is like suddenly left hanging. So I'm not sure how to actually work that out in there, but I think that's what we're really trying to achieve.
Representative Kerwin.
I just want to add to that I feel that, Representative Howland was saying, that in this housing market, you could have good tenants who have paid the rent the whole term of the lease, and when the lease ends, they cannot afford the increase in rent. But in that short period of time, they will not be able to find housing again, and then the eviction process will start, and they will have an eviction, which will make it even harder to find housing. So I am concerned that, especially in this housing market, it is not possible to find an apartment that quickly.
Representative Minor.
If their rent was increased in that short of a notice, they would end up with a 30-day, the lease would be over and they would be a tenant at will at that point, and they would get a 30-day only notice for an eviction. Well, a 7-day notice if they couldn't pay the increment, and then be out within about 30 days anyways. And also with the lease, they have 1 year's notice. They don't have 60 days. They know that it could possibly end in a year. So maybe we could all, as a tenant even, could do their due diligence and go to the landlord and say, hey, my contract's up in 6 months. What's going to happen? Do you have any idea? Instead of the landlord having to have the burden to go talk to them.
Representative Thaxton.
I just want to reiterate the point that Representative Minor made. Under the current rules of engagement between a landlord and a tenant, a landlord can raise the rent give 30 days notice at the end of the 11th month and raise their rent 50%. And they're gone. They have less notice than you would have under this bill. And it's terribly unfair to the small property owner, and 73% of rental properties in New Hampshire are owned by small owners and individuals who own less than 4 units. And they're not versed in the fancy ways of the law and the legislature. They are very average people who think they signed a contract for a year, and at the end of the year, you should be able to say, I got something else I want to do with my property. And there's also a failure in the logic that we're all listening to in here. There's nothing in this bill that says, and now the housing unit has gone away. It's simply going to the next person in the housing queue. And as a practical matter, as a landlord and as a property manager, there are turnover costs. So if I'm looking at somewhere between $2,500 and $5,000 in turnover costs, which seems to be where we're at right now, because as the lady said earlier, lumber is expensive. If I'm looking at those costs, I'm not looking to willy-nilly throw people out. So I've got to have a motivating reason to terminate a tenancy. Just my thoughts. I think that you're giving people with 60 days notice, you're giving them more notice than they have now, and you're giving a far more level playing field between the average property owner in this state and the average tenant.
Representative Aaron.
I just want to echo what Representative Minor said. It's a two-way street. The tenant has every right currently and after this legislation is passed to go to the landlord and say, hey, my lease is up in 4 months, 3 months. Can we renew it? So there's nothing to stop the tenant from doing that. If I was a tenant, I'd be on top of my lease period.
Other comments about this? Representative Page.
I just want to resurface one comment that was made in testimony that I found disturbing about this. And I recognize that retaliation is illegal now and will remain illegal after this passes. But when the lawyer from NH Legal Assistance was testifying and talking about how she would counsel her clients should this pass, I found that to be illuminating and disturbing. That, you know, if she were providing counsel to a client who were a victim of retaliatory action and they were evicted under this law, should it pass, that her advice would basically be tough luck. Like, you're out because it's the end of your lease term. There's really nothing we can do, even if it was secretly motivated by a retaliatory as a retaliatory action. And I find that unsettling, and I just want that stated for the record.
Representative Thaxton.
So if this law were to pass, the meter, if I as a landlord provided notice to a tenant 60 days before in compliance with all the forms here and said, and now on June 30th, that's the end of your tenancy, you need to go. If the tenant does not go, I then have to go through the normal eviction process at the court. I have to give them a demand. I have to post an eviction notice. I have to give them 7 days to perform. If they fail to do that, then I have to go to the sheriff, have the sheriff serve them, and then we have a hearing. And the judges in this state still have a 90-day discretionary. There's nothing in this law that changes it. The judge still has a 90-day discretionary stay on any eviction. So, which obviously are, they're taken on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes it's right away. Mostly it's 60 or 90 days. The point is, we're not we're not taking anything away from the tenants that they don't currently have. What we are doing is we are giving an option or returning a right back to the property owner to say, our contract is over. I don't want to renegotiate. I want to move on. So potentially, and the way I read this bill, if a landlord properly gives a 60-day notice at the end of the bill, you're really looking at a 5-month period based on going to court. If the tenant says, I'm happy to go, there's really nothing to discuss. It's not an eviction. It's just the end of the contract. And so I think a disproportionate amount of discussion has been made on how this is a terrible thing and an eviction. It only becomes an eviction when I have to go to court and I have to have the court beat you into leaving my property.
Okay. Seeing nothing else, I'm going to have the clerk call the roll. The motion is ought to pass by Representative Thaxton, second by Representative Dumont.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Boras,
No.
Representative Reed, not present. Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
Nope.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. So motion passes 10 to 7 to 1. Representative Thaxton, will you write the majority report? And is there someone from the minority that would like to write a report for the calendar? Okay, Representative Page. So if both of you could get me that report by Wednesday before noon is my deadline. So anytime before that would be great. Thank you. And I'm going to adjourn for lunch, and we will meet up at 1 o'clock. And at that time, if we have time, I'm going to try to exec HB 444 today. Okay? Have a great lunch, everyone. All right, it is 1:05. We're going to get the Housing Committee back to order. I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 382 and call on Representative Joe Sweeney, the prime sponsor, who I just only met recently. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairman Alexander, and to the New Hampshire Housing Committee. I really appreciate that we have a permanent housing committee now to tackle the housing crisis in our state. I'm very proud to introduce this legislation. For the record, my name is Representative Joe Sweeney from Rockingham 25. And I think I would just could briefly describe this legislation as the end of the spectrum of parking reform. We did significant and great work in the last term when this was just a special committee on parking reform across the state to make sure that we can encourage more multifamily development in the state. And it really does require a little bit, when we're reading through the legislation, a vision that we all have to have for the state of New Hampshire. It kind of helps if you drive through a commercial town. So I represent the town of Salem. We have Route 28 that runs up and down our town. We've had a lot of great commercial development over the years that have made us a great town. And we have a lot of unused parking. And that parking is there not because the people that were building the developments wanted all that parking, but because there are formulas within local zoning codes and government formulas that have developed over the years that have made sure there is ample parking. A lot of people will refer to it as Black Friday parking, so that there's enough parking for busy stretches of days for just one day a year. And it's, to me, it's a housing concern. It's also just a development concern, because when you look at the actual physical space that a parking spot takes up, where it's 9 feet across and 20 feet down, you take just 2 parking spots and you have the footprint for a studio or a 1-bedroom apartment. Even a generous 2-bedroom, a small 2-bedroom apartment, you could fit just on 2 parking spaces. So when we look at the lineal space that we have and the limited space we have in the state for development, especially for new redevelopments of already paved lots in the state without having to cut down trees or to go into untouched parcels of open space, the best scenario would be to just enable developers to examine their current properties that they have and allow them to build more housing, and it's not just housing, they can build more commercial operations on the existing lots that have already been paved onto the earth. At the end of the day, and to anybody that's watching this or to any of the committee members, this will not lead to 0 parking spots in New Hampshire after the bill is signed. There will still be plenty of parking. A developer is going to build as much parking as a developer needs in order to market their development. So whether that is 1 unit, 1 parking space per unit for their development, if that's 2 parking spaces per unit, if they have a restaurant and they want to have 40 parking spaces for the tables, that should be up to the developer. In the ongoing conversations we're having in the state about permit reforms and regulations and cutting red tape, the parking formulas that each town varies town by town do add a lot of red tape and a lot of unease to the development process. We have enabled, under our zoning code and under the laws of the state of New Hampshire, we've enabled municipalities to adopt parking regulations. And this bill says, you know what, we tried the parking experiment. We have over-regulated our developers and our businesses and our local economies to create an abundance of parking. And it's time we remove that requirement and we allow the conversations to go forward with the developers in mind to utilize some of that parking space, some of that real estate for more productive uses. And then we could get into a whole other category about how it will help local taxpayers, because those parking lots are a drain on our tax base throughout municipalities and throughout the state. But that's kind of a 10,000-foot overview over this legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have, and I'm just glad to be here.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Are there questions for Representative Sweeney? Representative Bolio?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Obviously, as time goes on, what people use for transportation changes. I mean, if we looked at something 150 years ago, people were using a horse and buggy. With the anticipated changes with self-driving cars, ride shares, things like that, in the future, is there an expectation that parking needs will be less?
That's a phenomenal question, Representative. I would say I agree with you that definitely the need for parking will be less. We're also in a very fascinating time in human history, where starting in the post-war era, the pattern of development of suburban development and just the way we built out sprawl and made it so that, you know, every place had to have ample parking for twice as many people. The economy's changing, the way we the way we transport and the way we interact with one another in the economy is constantly changing. So I just to say I agree.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this legislation. I think it's interesting. One question I have, and having seen this on planning board for a decade and a half, what if a business does not create enough parking and there is too much demand? What does the municipality do about that? What is the recourse of the municipality?
I would think that if a business were to build out their retail or their housing and they didn't have the parking to support it, that business would not do well. Because if people aren't able to go to the actual business, if there's not transit options around, if there's not opportunities for people to get to that business without parking their car, I think from a market standpoint, that business won't survive. So there might be questions we face as externalities from the municipal standpoint, but at the end of the day, if you're a business model that relies on having enough parking and you don't supply that parking, that's on you as the business owner and as on the developer, and you'd either have to partner with local businesses to work out a shared parking agreement, but I would just leave that up to the market to decide.
Representative Howland.
I just have one question. So 674-21-5 is impact fees. And so you're saying you don't want municipalities to regulate parking. Would you not want municipalities to charge impact fees that potentially would go to parking?
Impact fees that would go to park. The purpose of this legislation is not to touch the impact fees. So if that's how you would read it, that it impacts the impact fees, say that 10 times fast. Then I certainly might be worthy of an amendment to make sure the impact fees authorization is protected. But I really just want to take away the regulation and the requirement that there's a certain number of parking spots determined by the municipality that each type of business or housing, specifically housing, is required to have.
Other questions, Representative Sweeney? Seeing none, thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much.
All right, next up I'll call on Nate Grays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grays for the Business and Industry Association. We are the statewide Chamber of Commerce, and we are in support of this legislation. I think Representative Sweeney touched on a number of points that I want to touch on, so in the interest of time, I will not be repetitive. But what I do want to point out is under the legislation that was created last year, we now have a very complex set of state rules regarding parking. A better option for this would be to simplify it. The current statutory scheme sets up a lengthy, basically regulatory process that developers would have to go through if they want to do something other than what the minimum parking requirements require currently. So this would both simplify that process, but also to go to, I think, a point that was made by Representative Hicks over here, a question made by Representative Hicks is, depending where you are in the state and the pattern of development, that's going to dictate kind of the natural aptitude for creating additional parking spaces. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe it's the case that Concord does not have any parking requirements for downtown. And yet there are a number of flourishing businesses here. There are alternative parking options. Whereas if, you're outside the city, in a more rural area, you're going to need parking on site for your business. But that's something that's going to be assessed by developers at the time on the commercial side. And then on the residential side, same thing is, if you're building for a population that's not likely to have as many vehicles, maybe an elderly community, you're not going to need as much parking as you would for a community that's geared towards maybe young professionals who are more likely to be have a two-family household, have two cars, and be commuting to work. So these things can be done at the developer level. They don't need local regulation to accomplish it. Happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Questions for Mr. Grays? Seeing none? Thank you. Maybe we're just waking up for lunch. Next up is Sarah Burke Cohen.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. The NHMA opposes House Bill 382. I'm sure you're not surprised. So we have a number of issues with it. We feel like, although we appreciate development and understand the housing crisis in New Hampshire, we believe that local control is important for this issue of parking, on-site parking. Currently, the way the statute is written is it allows municipalities to have control of their local local land use, and it allows them to determine in what areas maybe on-site parking or as much on-site parking may not be necessary. I think that the testimony that was just brought up about development relative to senior housing or out of town. I know Concord is a little bit different. Downtown Concord, you have a lot of ability for off-site parking, whereas there might be some more ability for less parking restrictions out of town, or more need for parking restrictions. There's a lot of reasons to have on-site parking. Part of it is certainly health and safety issues. If there is if entities don't have on-site parking, where do people park? They park in the street, or they park in public facilities. So some of this can, if people are parking haphazardly, let's face it, we've all seen those people before. It can cause problems for safety of people getting out of their driveways. Maybe someone lives near a place where people are parking haphazardly. It also can cause more neighbor disputes where people are jockeying for spots. Certainly, we've seen that in area neighborhoods, not New Hampshire necessarily, but in Boston, where I went to school. There's snow removal issues that can be caused by not having a lot of on-site parking where people are parking on the streets. The community aesthetics can be affected by not having a lot of on-site parking if people are going to park on the streets. So at the end of the day, the people that know best about how to use their land and how to determine what needs on-site parking as stated by the statute right now, and maybe what needs less on-site parking is the local town or municipality. So therefore, New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes this bill. I'll take questions.
Questions? So
yeah,
my concern is over the retaliatory nature of requiring parking spaces. Specifically, say a local planning board decides they don't want manufactured housing in their town. And they say in their ordinance, you know what? For every manufactured housing unit, we need 5 on-site parking spaces. A little ridiculous, wouldn't you say?
I hear what you're saying.
Do you think that maybe there should be some sort of guardrails to rein in out of control towns when they try to zone out specific building or development happening in their community?
Certainly, if Representative Alexander had language that he would like to produce, I'm sure the New Hampshire Municipal Association would look at it and review it.
It's a great answer. Okay. Other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Matt Mushian. Just turn on your mic for us. Thank you.
Afternoon, Chairman Alexander and members of the committee. My name is Matt Mushi, and I live in Claremont, and I serve as the Advocacy and Engagement Director for 603 Forward, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization dedicated to educating, activating, and empowering young people in New Hampshire. Thrilled to be able to testify in front of the Standing Housing Committee. And today I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 382. There's a lot of evidence that suggests removing costly parking mandates and allowing developers and property owners to decide for themselves whether or not to build and how much to build of parking will have a positive impact on development and overall affordability. Parking requirements play an important role in housing development in a few ways, including the added cost of that parking, whether there is enough developable land to support the parking mandates, and the parking development's overall impact on affordability for tenants. Most often, these parking requirements are minimums set by either per bedroom or per unit. And these one-size-fits-all rules really don't take into consideration whether or not a building is on a bus line, is going to be home for seniors, or home to people who just don't have cars. In a recent study, allowing home builders to create less parking created significant increases in the number of homes that could be built. The study found that allowing home builders to determine where and how much parking to build provided a result in an increase of 40 to 70% of homes being built as a result of the removal of those arbitrary parking mandates. Parking requirements also compete with the land, as you've heard, and on average, 2 parking spots can take about the same space as a 1 to 2 bedroom apartment. HB 382 takes an important step towards addressing this issue by allowing for just more flexibility in these parking requirements, by allowing our policies with modern development needs, such as the increase in use of public transportation, car sharing programs, and things like bike-friendly infrastructure. This bill not only reduces the unnecessary costs, but also promotes more sustainable and equitable growth in our communities. Cities across the country and here in New Hampshire have removed parking mandates, and it is clear that parking is still being built, but it's just being built in a thoughtful and responsive way. Supporting HB 382 will make it easier for developers to build housing and to meet the needs of our communities, ensuring that more New Hampshire residents can access safe, affordable homes. And furthermore, this reform would help New Hampshire stay competitive in attracting both businesses and residents, but also contribute to the long-term vitality of our state. So we ask you to please vote and support House Bill 382, and I would take any questions.
Questions? Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for testifying today. Do you think that this legislation is necessary at the state level for the reason that Chairman Alexander spoke about, and also in contrast to what a previous speaker said, because many towns are using parking as a way to prevent certain types of housing in our state?
Yeah, I think the short answer is yes. We see it even with things like accessory dwelling units when towns want to perhaps discourage the development of those, really restrictive parking requirements being placed on that, which just is a barrier to that housing being built. So yes.
Representative Bolio.
So let's just do a thought experiment. Let's just assume that the critics of this legislation are correct and this will lead to a shortage of parking in New Hampshire. In your opinion, which is the greater societal harm? A New Hampshire that doesn't have enough housing, or a New Hampshire that doesn't have enough parking?
A New Hampshire where there's not enough housing. We are number one in the increase of homelessness in this state, so we should be doing anything to make sure people do not have to face that.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Ivy Van. Welcome back. Just turn your mic.
No place I'd rather be. Thank you so much for letting me testify. I am, no surprise, in support of this bill for all the reasons that people already said. But the one thing that I would like to remind you of is that the Institute of Traffic Engineers, who created all those lovely tables that tell you how many parking places you need for your swimming pool based on how many gallons it has in it for a public pool, admitted about 10 years ago that basically they made those numbers up. So a lot of the rules around how much parking do we need for what are based on nothing. And the other thing I'd remind the committee of is that many, many, many jurisdictions in the United States have already eliminated their parking requirements, which does not, as previously noted, eliminate parking. Seabrook, New Hampshire is one of them, by the way. And a lot of them are small places that don't have a robust public transportation. The other thing that to remind you of when you think about parking and housing is that almost 1/3 of houses, nearly 1/3 of households in the United States and in New Hampshire are one person, one. We don't need 2 parking places for every housing unit. And quite frankly, as people do move a little bit away from cars. I'm not suggesting that people in New Hampshire are going to give up cars. We all know we need a car to get around. However, lots of households are figuring out that cars are expensive. I've forgotten now what the number is, what it costs annually to operate a car and insure it and maintain it. Never mind whether you've already paid for it or not. But it's an expensive proposition. And when we require more parking for everything, we spread everything out further, which means that people have to have cars because things are spread out farther. And then we have to have parking for the cars. And it's a death spiral. Let's not. And what we're seeing in the planning world is that households are beginning to swap over to one car and maybe an electric bicycle, or one car and not anything else because people are working from home. So I think that the idea that we know how much parking is necessary and that the amateur planning boards of New Hampshire, and they are lovely people and they work really hard. No, we're really bad at figuring out how much parking is necessary. I think we should stop trying to do that. And particularly to answer the question of what do we need more of, parking or housing, it's not parking. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Van. Are there questions?
Super. I'll be
Thank you.
back next
sure you
week,
will.
I'm sure. See you later.
Grace Marie.
Good afternoon, Chairman Alexander, members of the committee. My name is Grace Murray, and I'm testifying in support of HB 382. I work with New Hampshire Youth Movement as the political director, and we're a movement of young people across the state of New Hampshire that focus on issues that youth care about. And one of the biggest issues that youth care about right now is housing, and more specifically, the lack of it. I'll also be emailing the committee with an info sheet with the sources that I'll be citing today. We all know that New Hampshire is facing a housing shortage on top of prices also being astronomical. Many state and city governments are considering or have already removed parking mandates to allow property owners to choose for themselves whether to build parking or the amount to build. This policy change has been shown to significantly increase the feasibility of building more homes and also reduce the cost of building those homes by removing unnecessary restrictions. With a vacancy rate of 0.6% in New Hampshire, it's time for some robust legislation to address this issue that affects the thousands of homeless granite staters and also just housing insecure granite staters and anyone who just can't find housing. By removing mandatory parking minimums statewide, we can address problems like the lack of supply and high cost of housing while also allowing property owners to strategically determine how many parking spaces should be built. Removing parking minimums has already been proven to be an effective tool across the country and in municipalities in our state. HB 382 is solid bipartisan legislation that will positively impact residents across the state. I urge you all to pass this bill. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Murray? Thank you very much. And the last person I have to testify is William Haumble. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm from North Conway. This is the first time I get to testify in front of Representative Page. I'm representing Lower Bartlett Water Precinct, North Conway Water Precinct, and I'm a policy analyst for Granite State Rural Water, which is affiliated with National Rural Water. I want to just give you a vision of what unique things are going on in Mount Washington Valley. I'm very much in opposition to House Bill 383 because of what I'm about to say. If you've ever read some of the stuff about quantum mechanics recently, entanglement means everything's connected. And when you try to plan something at the local level, you have to take all the other things into consideration. So every community, every municipality has the ability, with the vision of its people and the input of its people, to create a master plan for the town. Land use master planning. And at the same time, we all know we need housing. Housing needs density. Density needs wastewater. The wastewater grant requirements say that you have to have an engineer, consulting engineer hired by the municipality to study the master plan of the water wastewater, for water protection, for the delivery of clean drinking water. So that master plan has to blend in with the master plan, a vision of the town under the land use. When you take away a tool in the toolbox of planning at the local level, you pit one of those against the other. And I'll give you an example. The selectman just sent me a message to relay to you, if I might, in opposition to this bill. Prior Speaker of the House, Gene Chandler, is a selectman there. He signed it. The chairman of the planning board in Bartlett signed it. I got a gentleman, Richard Plush, from Zoning Board of Adjustments in Bartlett for 30 years, and he sent me an email, and I'll forward those to you online. The Bartlett doesn't think that, the town of Bartlett and its people do not think that what's good for Manchester is good for Bartlett. And that would apply to every municipality. The real wisdom of municipalities is at the local level. Now, if we have a problem with parking, think about how you might enable more to be flexible on that level. Don't take away the rights of the people and the toolbox to plan where parking should be as it's compatible with the master plan. Mount Washington Valley is being inundated with humanity because it's one of the best small ski towns now in America. And we're losing all our families. We're losing workforce housing. People with money are coming in and buying up the housing. A lot of New Hampshire's face that sort of thing. That's part of what the housing crisis is. How do we create housing for families, for residents, for full-time people? So in Bartlett, they're looking towards getting in law a position where Lower Bartlett, which is a sub-precinct, a sub-government entity of the state, about to build a $20 million wastewater facility that's going to go into North Conway Water Precinct's treatment facility. And they're opposing for any sewer to go up into Bartlett. Why? They don't want wastewater to go by because it means they now have growth imposed upon them that they wouldn't have if they didn't have wastewater. And so it's an easy way to stop population from coming in and stop housing by denying wastewater. That's an unintended consequence. All of that can be sorted out locally, and we all know how hard it is to come together locally. That in itself is quite an accomplishment. And we're about to face that because the town of Conway just took over Conway Village Fire District's water system. So for the first time, the town of Conway will be in the water business. And we're trying to expand the town of Conway's wastewater out into areas where the master plan said housing should be located. So now housing and planning becomes a tool for how we get, and this is a test, a 2/3 bond vote to build that wastewater. So if we want housing, we really need to keep our planning local and now educate our local people, all the citizens and all the elected officials, how to work together and unentangle things. But considering the entanglement of everything, it's quite a thing. So please don't take away the rights to locate where people will park when they build these housing. Take away the rights of the planning to locate where parking lots should be for commercial. especially when they're considering the parking runoff. And we're trying to protect the water so we can get the people in the housing. See, it's all intertangled. So I strongly oppose anything you do here that would weaken planning on the local level. And thank you very much for giving me this much time, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem. Any questions? We have a question, if you don't mind, sir. Ms. Hounville. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming this afternoon to testify. But I do have a question, and that is, how would eliminating municipal parking requirements interfere with wastewater processing and the availability of clean drinking water?
Well, when you try to, in the vision of a master plan, locate where you want housing or where you want business, you have commercial zones, residential zones. You take into account through site plan review how much parking that business is going to need, how much parking the residential is going to need. To take that into consideration at the local level as part of where the master plan says that should be located causes a dilemma, because now it intertwines with transportation. And in North Conway, Mount Washington Valley, if you've ever been up there, it goes from a population of 15,000 to 36,000 overnight on a Friday night. You can't really get through there. It's backed up. They were going to build a bypass, but they didn't. The state pulled out because the bypass was going to be built to go to Berlin and Gorham, but then they found that that wasn't the problem. The destination point was North Conway. They didn't go beyond, so they pulled out and didn't build the bypass. So now we've got a mini bypass dumping onto our side streets and into our neighborhoods. We have quite a transportation dilemma that has to be sorted out with parking. And parking is an integral part of all of that transportation part also.
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. But wouldn't that allow for, as Chairman Alexander said earlier, couldn't those parking requirements be used for reasons that have actually nothing to do with parking, but rather to keep out of the municipality certain types of housing for totally other reasons?
No, I think it would work in the opposite fashion. The real challenge on planning is to have people understand it, come together and realize where parking should be as it intertwines in transportation and water and housing. And that thoughtful planning, it takes an awful lot of citizen participation understanding. If you take away the tool that allows them to do that by saying parking you no longer can control, that centralized approach down here in Concord isn't going to work. It isn't going to work for Manchester or North Conway or any towns, especially the rural parts of New Hampshire. So I think if Manchester's looking at a problem with parking, we ought to look at what more flexibility can we give Manchester? Give them more tools, but don't take away the tools of all the other municipalities that need to look at their own plans individually. And most of the knowledge to accomplish that is at the local level. Thank you. I hope that answered your question, or at least gave you my point of view of the answer to that question.
All right, other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on House Bill 382? Seeing none, I'm going to close that public hearing. I was going to get, Representative Reed was just here. And now I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 558 and call on Representative Ellen Reed, who is the prime sponsor. And Representative, you can fill out a pink card after. That'd be great.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. For the record, my name is still Ellen Reed, and I still represent Rockingham 10, Newmarket, and Newfields. As in many of your towns, I have quite a number of renters who come to me with, oh my God, my landlord, whether a new landlord that bought the property without anybody knowing, or the same landlord, my landlord has just raised the rent 200%, 250%. It went from 1,000 to 2,000 or 1,500 to 3,000. What do I do? And whenever these landlords, pretty much without exception, are questioned, why did your costs couldn't have gone up that much? Right? We know how much property tax you're paying. We know how much this and that you're paying. And, you may have slapped a coat of millennial gray on the walls, but, you didn't do substantive, renovation that would actually mandate this kind of rent increase. Why are you raising the rent this much? And almost without fail, the answer is the same. That's the market rate. Who is making this market? Who's making the market? Because this landlord blames that one and that one blames this one, and they're all just going up together. And there is a pattern when you see this happen in basically any industry. And it usually correlates with a practice, an illegal practice, an immoral practice that we call price fixing. So price fixing, for anyone who's taken Econ 101, is anathema, the enemy number one, really, of the free market capitalist system. Now, it may not surprise any of you, I don't identify as a free market capitalist. However, I did take Econ 101 and other courses in my master's degree. And you can't price fix and have a free market capitalist society, because it absolutely undercuts the idea of competition. What it means is that one half of that supply and demand equation has gotten together and prevented competition by unilaterally raising the price so that you don't have options anymore. As the consumer, as the demand side, you don't get to make choices based on who is doing better and who's offering the better goods and services at the better price. It absolutely takes away the invisible hand concept of the free market. We can't monitor what's happening. Unlike the insurance industry or the energy industry or any number of other industries, we don't have data. We don't have a centralized source of reliable data for what rents are. We have, basically what people are reporting, but we don't have one centralized source of actual hard data. So what this bill would do would be to ask the Register of Deeds for each county to create a method, which I imagine most of them would create an online portal, because that would be a very small amount of upfront labor, followed by not a lot of more labor after that, by which they intake information from every landlord who's renting a property in the county, and that landlord will supply, and the onus is on the landlord to supply yearly by December 31st, their rental amount, the location, the bedrooms, bathrooms, the amenities, so that we have a centralized source of data that we can then study the market, because this is the biggest crisis in the state, and we don't have the data that we need. I don't know how we are completely unserious about the housing crisis if we don't even want the information to study what the heck is going on. So, I understand that some of the pushback, and there's a second part of the bill that I'll get to. I understand that some of the pushback from the majority maybe of the Register of Deeds, I have privately from two Register of Deeds personal opinions that they are in support of this concept. But as a whole, I understand the pushback, as is the pushback anytime we do anything with any department or municipality. Generally, these government entities that we kind of oversee don't like to be told what to do. They don't like extra work. So I get it. It happens on every single bill where we try to do anything. But this is a very minor amount of extra work. At most, for the if you set up an online portal, there's the upfront cost, and then you might, maybe in December, hire a part-time, short-term extra help, maybe. But I honestly think any irregularities in the reporting process probably could be absorbed. I'm sure you'll hear the contrary. But it's a small amount of extra work, but what we get out of it is so valuable, because now we get to see, okay, you raised the rents because this other landlord raised the rent, because it's the market. So who was the person who started raising the rent? And did they have a reason to raise the rent? We can actually study this market that all the landlords are blaming for this ever increasing rental rates that are pushing out all of our workers. And I know I've said this before, and I know I'm probably going to say it again in this committee. We are pushing out the people that we need here. The working age, working class people are leaving. I had dozens of people in Newmarket when we had a landlord buy and triple the rent, leave not just Newmarket, where they made our food and did all they delivered our mail. 3 of them were postal workers. They left the state. In 20 years, we will not have enough nurses working here to take care of all the people in nursing homes. This should be a wake-up call. So the data we're getting from this, for the amount of work we're adding, the data is super vital, super important. Now, in addition, there is an affidavit on this form that the landlord would have to sign on the online portal or whatever, saying that they do not use software to determine a rent. Now, we can talk about the wording. I think the intent is clear. Somebody emailed the committee and said, well, what about spreadsheets? And that's not, the spreadsheet has never told me what to do. I look at the data in a spreadsheet. However, what that's referencing is a very real problem. An institution, an organization of business called RealPage, which has been under lawsuit from the federal government for price fixing, because price fixing isn't just two people, two sellers, to suppliers in the supply demand privately having a conversation. It can be a de facto price fix where you're using a software, an algorithm to communicate between all of us. And that's exactly what RealPage has been doing. And well over 95% of the large landlords use RealPage. So I understand that with RealPage being sued, there may be other alternative systems that will operate and function like RealPage. If this committee decides to amend this out so we get rid of the data collection and just say, hey, you can't price fix through an algorithm, that's fine. Whatever step in the right direction that we take. But I will say that data collection is very important if we can see our way to keeping that in. So some of the arguments you may hear, there's as with most legislation that does not create a criminal offense, there's a 60-day enactment. So 60 days after being signed, it goes into effect. Perhaps some registers of deeds are worried that they wouldn't be able to implement this in 60 days. They don't have to. It would get signed in the summer, and the first deadline for landlords reporting is December 31st. So they have 6 months to get up a portal, a website that says, here's the information we want. Another thing is they're worried that they wouldn't be able to enforce these landlords submitting this information. It's not their job. Like most of landlord law, we don't have a real enforcement organization. It's literally, if you happen to know a landlord, or if your landlord is breaking the law, you file a complaint. The cops don't show up at the landlord's door and arrest him. You just file a complaint and you take it to court. So the county has really nothing to do with the enforcement. They are just collecting the data and making it publicly available for everybody. So anyway, price fixing should be illegal. It's anathema to our system. It's creating a housing crisis. And this is just data gathering. It's a very small amount of work for a very large payoff. But even if you don't do that, we should definitely make it clear that price fixing via algorithm is illegal. And that is my testimony. I'm happy to take questions.
Well, thank you, Representative Reed. Are there questions?
Cool.
All right, seeing none, thank you. Kathy Bruby. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Alexander and Housing Committee members. My name is Catherine Barabee, and I'm Register of Deeds in Stratford County, and I'm president of the New Hampshire Registry of Deeds Association. On behalf of the New Hampshire Registry of Deeds Association, I've submitted a letter in opposition to House Bill 558 outlining several concerns that the Registry of Deeds Association has with the bill. The Registry of Deeds Association does not agree that the landlord registry that is proposed by House Bill 558 be housed and administered by the Registry of Deeds offices. The purpose of House Bill 558 is completely different and is not related to the current duties, functions, and responsibilities of the Registers of Deeds as set forth in New Hampshire RSA 478. What is proposed by this bill really is data collection, and it is inconsistent with the grantor-grantee indexing and processing used by the New Hampshire Registry of Deeds offices, which is required by statute. Essentially, if this bill were passed as written, there would be established a completely separate registry for landlords within the Registry of Deeds offices, requiring additional technology and staffing to effectuate its goals. And I think that that was admitted by Representative Reed. Our vendor, who provides technology and services to over 300 Registry of Deeds offices throughout the country, does not know of one registry that also houses a landlord registry. After researching landlord registries myself throughout the country, I've not found that. I also have not found one that is housed in the Registry of Deeds offices. Further, the requirement set forth by House Bill 558, which was mentioned by Representative Reed, there is a concern, for that to be up and running, even if it is 6 months, after there is a concern of the registers regarding getting that implemented. In Stratford County alone, we have approximately 138,000 residents. About 38% of them rent. So those numbers show that it's not an insignificant undertaking to have that set up, in our opinion, and to have it done correctly. Further, the bill proposes that landlords annually record with the county registers, thereby requiring thousands of additional recordings per year with no mention of fees or if the individual counties should absorb the additional costs related to these recordings. I'm actually quite surprised that there would be this type of bill that would be sponsored without any type of consideration about the costs associated with implementing it. Also, I would like to mention that New Hampshire RSA 541-B currently requires landlords to file a statement a statement of agent for each property that a landlord owns within the city or town where the property is located. The Deeds Association believes that if the landlord registry were to go into effect, that it should follow New Hampshire RSA 540 and be administered by the individual towns or offices, that would be the more appropriate place. And, in looking at these across the country, it seems like that is where the majority of landlord registries, where they're in effect, where they are held or kept. And I think Rhode Island actually has it in their Department of Health. So thank you for your consideration. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them for you.
Does anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Yuri.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Yuri Polozov, representing District Merrimack 10, Hooksett and Dunbarton. I'm here in opposition to this bill. I want to thank this committee for making housing more affordable, and as we get more housing, it will help with pricing for housing. But this bill is not it. It puts some onerous tasks on landowners and restrict how they put pricing. So please work to increase housing, and it will help with prices. Please ITL this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Matt Bacon, New Hampshire Realtors.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matt Bacon. I'm a Realtor member here in the state of New Hampshire for the New Hampshire Association of Realtors, as well as a member of the Public Policy Committee and the Commercial Investment Board of Realtors Public Policy Committees. NHAR is opposed to House Bill 558. Lease terms are a private contract between a landlord and tenant intended as short-term agreements, unlike home sales, which are a long-term contract. This bill would likely hurt quite a number of tenants. The reason we believe this is that publicizing rents will allow an artificially standardized pricing to develop in an area. For example, landlords might come to recognize that they are offering units below the area rents, which could drive prices up. And this illustrates the inaccuracy of the sponsor's statement that landlords are price fixing without this, since landlords can currently look up a list of recently offered and rented units and see what comparables exist in the market today. The real driver of rental rent changes in this market are construction costs and lack of supply. The lack of supply has been in existence since before the pandemic and inflationary spikes in costs that we're experiencing today. So this is well documented also by the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority in their official studies that have been published for years. A public registry will oversimplify rents by excluding information that is important about condition, motivation, and more that is needed when landlords consider setting rents as well. This could also mislead potential renters and landlords. There were about 17,000 residential sales in New Hampshire last year. It's a manageable number of transactions to register. There are hundreds of thousands of residential leases in New Hampshire, which change not just annually, but often monthly. The cost to administer and maintain such a list would be significant, as evidenced by the testimony of the county registrar herself. Eventually, property owners would be asked to pick up the tab, which would only exacerbate our housing crisis and be a disincentive to landlords to add more units or to keep rents low. The path to lower rents is for the government to allow more units to come online in our New Hampshire towns and cities through reforms in our zoning laws. House Bill 558 is offered under the guise of helping at-risk tenants, but it will make our affordability crisis worse. Thank you.
Thank you,
Happy
Mr.
to answer any
Bacon.
questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Hegner.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us. And I'm just trying to figure out, I know places like Conway, the municipal level is already trying to do a landlord registry to track these type of things, to educate us more so we can get to the bottom of this. Just any thoughts on that?
I don't see a lot of need for the town to do that, to educate it. Some of the best quality research I've seen on housing rental rates, home sales, occupancy rates comes from the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, which accesses direct landlord data. They poll people. They use HUD data as well as administering the subsidies that are used in these communities. So I think that that's something that is a very limited pool of people trying to do some research that is already being done by someone with a lot more research capability. And I think we should, if anything, focus on expanding what New Hampshire Housing is doing to understand not just the current market and where it is, but also to continue to try to solve the problem.
Follow up?
Yeah, just to follow up. Sorry. So if landlords have this like registry where they can look at comps, shouldn't it be fair that renters could probably do the same thing on what landlords are doing?
So I'm not aware of anything that landlords can use to look up rents that most tenants can't use as well. Most commonly when I'm looking up something to lease a unit that I own, I look at what Zillow, Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace have had for recently advertised units. I compare where my unit looks like those recently advertised units, and that's how I set my pricing to make sure that I can lease out the unit. There's not any advantage of looking way back in history or of having something that includes rents that were from people that moved in 10 years ago, which this would then publicize and more than likely have those landlords that have those lower lease rates to raise them in the future.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Freeman.
All right. Good afternoon.
Chris Freeman. I am the executive manager of Bell Tower Property Management, and I also sit with the Monadnock Resource Alliance. Today I am representing myself and not the views of the Monadnock Resource Alliance. I'm speaking here today to urge the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on the basis that the proposal substantially conflicts with the landlord's pre-existing compliance obligations, which would preempt the landlord from complying with the proposal. In ways that violate the consumer privacy rights of tenants and which also place strong upwards pressures on rents in conjunction with the landlord's fair housing compliance practices. If I have time, I'll also get to the First, Fifth, and potentially 14th Amendment violations that are implied by the language of the bill. But just to start off with the landlord's obligation to comply with the Fair Credit Reporting Act under federal law. Under current law, landlords fall under the purview of FCRA at certain points, including during screenings, and also if they extend structured credit to a tenant, they potentially qualify as a creditor. So that would be an example where a landlord has accepted a payment plan as an alternative to a non-payment eviction for somebody who is in arrears on their rent. Under the proposed law, landlords would become furnishers of financial information, and that's on the basis that the information that they would be providing to a public registry is highly likely to be used for determinations of creditworthiness. We would use that information that's publicly available to provide a fraud control check in rental applications. So we request information on rental address history, including the rate that they have paid historically. And if this information were available, we would be cross-checking it to see if we were lied to on the application, which means that it is a document and an information source that is used for establishing creditworthiness. By being compelled to submit data into this, we become regulated furnishers of financial information, which means that we would be obligated to tightly control the dissemination of any personally identifying information. And because this information is being provided at the unit level, and it's very easy to find out information about residential addresses using public records, including websites like fastpeoplesearch.com, it would be very easy for members of the general public to identify with specificity how much individuals were paying in rent, and that could lead. It's clearly a violation of the tenant's consumer privacy rights under FCRA, but it could also lead to issues with stalking, harassment, targeted financial scams, etc. So that's it for FCRA. Under the Fair Housing Act, sophisticated and professional landlords will typically maintain a compliance framework that is intended to not only ensure that they do not actually discriminate against prospective or actual tenants, but also to proactively defend against the appearance that they have discriminated against tenants. And the problems with having a public record of all of those rents is that it reveals only the negotiated outcomes of the leasing transaction and not the actual details of that transaction. And so there are plenty of legitimate business reasons why there could be natural variations in rent. You might have somebody who is an in-place tenant who has been there for years, and you may, as a measure of loyalty, have kept them below inflationary adjustments. We do this fairly routinely. We might have a longer term lease that we offer favorable pricing. We might have a shorter term lease that we offer higher pricing in order to offset our increased administrative burdens. And the problem with the public rent registry is that none of that is apparent to third parties who might be reviewing it. And due to sampling issues, you could potentially end up with a situation where somebody who's receiving a favorable rental rate belongs to one protected class, and somebody who's receiving an unfavorable rate belongs to another one. And a great example of that would be travel nurses, which due to recent visa regulations and initiatives by the hospitals have been disproportionately people of color. Those rates appear higher in our rent data, not because of the membership in the protected class, but because they are only signing a 3-month lease commitment. And in order for us to justify turning that unit over every 3 months, we need to charge a higher rate to cover our costs. And so I think what would happen if this law were passed is that landlords defending against the appearance of unequal treatment would have a very strong incentive to raise all rents to the highest defensible market rate. That's what I would be doing. Yeah, I'll stop there on that one. In addition, the language about algorithms is unconstitutionally vague and fails to provide landlords with proper notice of their obligations. So it doesn't define what an algorithm is, but according to Google, an algorithm is a process or set of rules to be followed in calculations or other problem-solving operations. So that could be something as simple as a mathematical operation. That could be as simple as saying, last month I rented a 1,000 square foot apartment for $1,000. This 900 square foot apartment should be $900. It could also potentially encompass the calculation of voucher payment standards set forth by housing authorities, which are determined on an algorithmic basis that includes the statistical analysis of rents in a given market area, with adjustments made for recent mover status. So the need to adjust for that speaks to the fact that many landlords do keep their rents lower for established tenancies, so much so that HUD, when determining what a true market rent is, has to adjust for it. Barring this, I'm not sure how I would go about setting my rents. I don't know if I should consult tea leaves or sacrifice a goat and look at the entrails. I'm reminded of a recent headline in the satirical newspaper The Onion, which read, "Landlord forced to raise rents due to thinking of a bigger number." And I'm wondering if that is all I would have available to me when it comes to pricing my rentals. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you. I thought that was a great way to end. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Freeman? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. David Klein.
My name is David Klein. I'm a small landlord with properties on the seacoast. Start off with rent prices are high because of supply and demand. It's basic economics. We do not have sufficient supply. This bill will not add 1 unit of supply to help reduce costs, not even 1 unit. And in fact, it's going to raise taxes on the county level to support putting together the registry. And if you notice, it's also asking for layouts of the apartments, size, and so forth. All that information is already collected now by local tax assessor's office. So we're going to have 2 government entities collecting the same data, total waste of taxpayer money. And I'm going to cut some of my comments because they were covered by other people. One of the things that I heard from the representative, the sponsor, is about price fixing. There was no empirical data presented at all to you. Nothing other than the program exists. And I will tell you, as a small landlord, I didn't even hear of it or know of it. My method of looking for what am I going to rent my apartments for is the same as the person from the broker who's in before. I look up Zillow, which is exactly available to everybody. We look up Craigslist, again, on the internet, and that's what we use. And part of my problem with the bill is that last section 10, we shall not use any algorithm or any software. It's very unconstitutionally vague. It doesn't tell us what the prohibited practice is. A very simple example is if I use QuickBooks software. Look up how much my taxes, insurance, and heat bills have gone up in the last 12 months to make sure I build them into any rent increases. That would be violating the statute. And that's a very standard common practice. How much have your costs gone up before you make a rent increase? So that this bill is ridiculous in the way it's set up. It's unconstitutional, and I would ask you to vote against it. ILT it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Representative Siebert, my apologies.
That's okay. Actually, you had it right. It's actually Seibert.
Okay.
I quit correcting people on it. It was a lot easier. Yeah, I'm just coming before you today in support of this legislation. It's very obvious that just beneath all of it, we need numbers. We need more data. And we need some sort of data collection. That's only fair, and we do owe it to the citizens of New Hampshire who are consumers, and we tend to not have a lot of consumer protections, and that's truly what this is. I just believe we really need to just make sure nobody is going out of the bounds, and then there's not like this domino effect. If one person, decides to go crazy with their pricing or something like that. We need to be able to keep our workforce here in New Hampshire, the big or small workforce, no matter how much you make. And that's what I have to say about that. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions for Representative Siebert? Representative Thaxton.
One brief question. You said we don't have numbers. Are you familiar with the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority?
Yeah.
And are you familiar with their annual rental analysis that they do?
Yeah.
So you know that every year the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority generates a detailed report on the cost of housing by county, by unit number, and every other possible metric you could have. So isn't that good enough?
Well, it'd be good to have more of a state level initiative of that, and just account by count, not always just like a yearly thing, because within a year prices can just jump, and it's good to actually look at it and be able to see why and where more specifically.
Go ahead.
Well, so you want like a daily, you want like the stock market ticker on this?
I would say every time an apartment gets rented out to a new person, yeah.
So you would be able to follow that on Realtor.com or Zillow or any of those places if you want to follow the market. But you have have you ever looked at the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority report?
I should probably look at it a little closer.
Yeah,
but
it's very detailed, and everything you've said isn't available is there in detail.
well, I can't answer to your question.
No,
so
okay, you haven't seen it.
It seems like that's not helping the situation.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Representative? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thanks.
testimony. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for having me today. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. I'm in support of this legislation because I think that this is a good way that we can actually track what types of rents are being charged. Because this is landlord specific. To Representative Thaxton's point with the New Hampshire Housing Alliance, it's not landlord specific. Secondly, I mean, my family, and the real reason why I'm here today is because we're landlords. We rent out an ADU for about $1,100 a month, and it's something where we would be more than willing to submit this type of data to a program that would track this. I have no hesitation in that. It is about trying to create an opportunity for people to understand what the market is like here, as well as trying to create an ease and opportunity so that we're not necessarily forcing people out of our market and forcing people out of our state because they can't afford it. With that being said, I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Last to testify is Nick Norman.
Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak. There's so much to say on this one. I will probably only say a few things. A lot of good points have already been made by speakers before me that are opposing the bill. I do have written testimony that was emailed to this committee last night, and I've got an extra paper copy that I could turn in as well. So there's just so many points to cover. I don't see any perceivable benefit by having this large, complex data of rents, because rents are so individual in what they portray as to the reasons that rent was set. Like Chris Freeman said, there's many conditions in why you set a rent. You can't just arbitrarily look at two bedroom, and say that is comparable. It's not really quite comparing apples to apples. The New Hampshire Housing Finance Survey does give us a tremendous amount of data. This would just be a large duplication. The tax assessors do have already on their records the information on the amenities and the square footage and size and so forth. I should think it would be a tremendous problem for releasing tenants' privacy information. It's so easily available to get enough information from one source and another to personally identify a person and find out, where they live and their rent and the rest of that. That would be a big burden on the Registry of Deeds. It invokes the $1,000 a day penalty which I think is ridiculous. In the email that I sent out, by the way, there is an explanation of how that works and how we come up to the $1,000 a day. If you're unfamiliar with it, you can click on a link there and it'll explain it. Definition of a landlord is way too broad. You could have a family member renting to their relative, their niece or close relative, let's say a room for 2 months. And so now they have to report that to this registry. The whole thing about algorithm is fairly absurd. So there is, I understand, there's a pushback against companies that do revenue management. RealPage is one of them, but not the only one. The portrayal of that software is not what it is. Those softwares actually will look to minimize vacancy so that it increases the profitability of the apartment management. And many times that leads to suggestions of lowered rent. There's nothing in it that's price fixing. If you want to understand about revenue management, I'm in contact with one of the attorneys for a very large, for actually RealPage, but the entire industry, and we could arrange a Zoom conference or some meeting where they could explain exactly what this software does. Most landlords don't use it. Most landlords don't even know about it. Most landlords in New Hampshire are small mom and pop operations. They do exactly what Chris was just saying. That's what we do in our agency. Something comes available, we say, what's the market bearing now? We look on Zillow, we look on Craigslist, we see what others, and then we are offering and say, well, what's different about that apartment than mine? And now if I say, well, gee, that one has a larger square footage, or that one looks to be in a nicer condition, or that one's in a little bit better area, and this one's different, and I make adjustments for that, excuse me, that's using an algorithm. That's illegal. It's like I can't think to set a rent or be in danger of using an algorithm. Or if I look up a ad on a marketing platform, oh, excuse me, that's using software. If I use my calculator to calculate the numbers, that's using software. Really? If I put numbers on a dartboard and throw a dart, oh, excuse me, that's using a process. That's an algorithm. It's just, I think, sorry, it's just absurd. It will de-incentivize developers. And we don't need to do things that tie up developers, cause more headache and grief for property owners, and disincentivize people from investing in more housing in New Hampshire. There's so much more. I have to stop at some point, but I've got pages of notes on here, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank
Do
you.
want me
I
to
want
pass this in?
I think we received that via email.
You did.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So is there anyone else here to testify on HB 558? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on that. And I will open the public hearing on, well, is Representative Horgan here? If you'd like to,
Do you want me to introduce it?
if you'd like to introduce it on his behalf, did you hear?
I
Have you
can
heard
do it
from
pretty
him?
quickly.
Have you heard from him today? Has he asked you? Okay. Okay. I'm going to pause for a minute, let the clerk get organized. And then, yes, I'll have you do it. Just fill out a pink card for me, Al. Okay, so I want to open up the public hearing on HB 628, prohibiting landlords from discriminating against prospective tenants holding certain vouchers under the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And I would like to call on Representative Howland, who is a co-sponsor, to introduce the bill for Representative Horgan.
All right, I'm Al Holland from Durham. I'm not Timothy Horrigan. I'll try to do my best quickly to introduce it. So the bill really, I think, is aspirational. It's asking not to discriminate against housing choice vouchers. And in the bill, on the second page, or the third page of it, he really lists two real reasons that landlords could use to say that they weren't discriminating against the housing choice vouchers. The first one's pretty obvious. The rent is more expensive than the voucher, and therefore the landlord could say you don't have enough money to pay for it. And the second one is that the dwelling unit itself doesn't comply with HUD's housing standards, and so therefore the voucher really wouldn't work for the property. And I think that's all I can do to introduce it. I can try to answer any questions you really want me to.
Yeah, feel free to ask questions. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Howland, doesn't the discrimination against housing voucher holders effectively discriminate against families with children?
It could.
Representative Thaxton.
So, in looking at the two bases for not accepting housing, and I'm sympathetic because to the bill as like on an aspirational level, I'm not sure. Now we're to the problem of the devil is in the details, you know. So as a housing provider, as part of my regular business, I can honestly say I've never turned anyone down who had a housing voucher. For the most part, they're good tenants. And you go back to that whole conversation we had this morning about why would I throw out a good tenant? I wouldn't. But on the other hand, I have a concern primarily about because I have had that situation evolve in the last 6 months with people who wanted properties who were Section 8 and or whatever program, and the entity that provided the housing voucher said, well, the rent's too much, and the tenant, unfortunately, in both of the situations I have in mind, said it's okay, I'll cover it out of my share. And the housing
Representative Thaxton, can we get to the question?
Oh, so the question is, how with this bill can you reconcile that issue of if the housing authority, which administers the voucher, denying housing or trying to force landlords to lower their rent to what is effectively below the current standards because the rents in the market are going up and they're looking at old data?
I think the housing choice vouchers are set every year, actually, so they're relatively kept up. But I mean, I'm not supposed to speak against this bill, but I'd say like the one problem that I would have in the A section would be like if a tenant came to you and you said the rent was $1,800 a month, and the voucher covered $1,800 a month, and you didn't rent to that tenant, theoretically you could be opened up to discrimination.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I don't know if you remember, but about a week ago, I think to the day, we heard about another bill saying that you couldn't cut off or force electronic payments and that it could be an option, but like money was money. And so my question is the money coming to the landlord from a voucher, if you forgive the expression, as green as anyone else's?
Yeah. I mean, ideally, the vouchers are set at a high enough level that there's an incentive for the landlord to rent and still make a profit. And I think that's why they adjust yearly.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having worked at HUD for 29 years, I just want to say you're correct, Representative Howland, that the fair market rents are adjusted annually.
Representative Gibbs, that's not a question.
My apologies.
Okay. If there are no other questions, Representative Reed.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for taking my question. If a landlord says that even though I'm going to get the rent that I'm demanding, but part of it will come through your voucher program, and so I'm going to say that you can't rent this unit, wouldn't that be effectively discriminating against low-income people?
I don't have a good
You
question.
can answer that if you'd like.
I don't have a good answer to that.
All right. I'm going to let you off the hook. Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Matt Bacon.
Thank you all again. I'm Matt Bacon, Realtor member.
Just turn your mic on for us. Thank you.
I'm a Realtor member and an advisor at Anagnos Realty and Development. I also serve on the public policy committees for both the state and commercial investment board. NHAR is opposed to House Bill 628. The reasons for this is that currently under both state and federal law, a landlord can't discriminate against a potential tenant due to a number of protected categories: their age, sex, gender identity, race, religion, color, marital status, familial status, physical or mental disability, or national origin. And the failure to rent to an individual due to any of these reasons is simply a demonstration of prejudice, and it has no place in New Hampshire. As realtors and as human beings, we should be opposed to these. But choosing not to rent to them due to a voucher holder is materially different from this. It's incorrect to treat landlord concerns about the administrative costs of voucher programs as equivalent to these other forms of discrimination. Participation in a housing voucher program adds a sometimes complex regulatory process, which a property owner may not want to subject to themselves, as well as a physical inspection and entering of the premises. It is reasonable to consider this as a potential way of circumventing the Fourth Amendment protection to an unreasonable search and seizure by requiring a landlord to allow people to enter their premises without a warrant, because otherwise they would be considered discriminating and in violation of fair housing practices. Under this bill, a landlord would be required to seek from a state or local housing authority some guidance on whether or not their property meets HUD's quality standards, and an annual inspection and recertification would likely be required with all the necessary paperwork, even if it was only an application and they didn't actually have a renter in the unit. Keep in mind, the landlord will also likely need to seek consent for any rent increase from the housing authority, again, another administrative burden, and another approval process for the unit that they are working with. While some landlords appreciate aspects of the voucher programs, such as the regularity of the rent payments, others choose not to participate due to the bureaucratic requirements of accepting vouchers. And that ability to choose to participate or not is the strength of the program. I personally have used vouchers and I still accept them at my properties. I have found the process to be convenient at times, inconvenient at others, and it's not the basis for my decision. The answer to our housing crisis is to build more housing, not punish landlords, and this voucher program has been successful because it is voluntary, and these reasons are a far cry from not renting to someone due to their race, gender, or national origin. I would just like to also echo a question that Representative Thaxton was pointing out, that the devil is in the details, and in this Section 2, as the bill is written, it names it as an unlawful discriminatory practice, and it has only two exceptions to the penalties for it, and that's the rent charged for the dwellings above that which the housing authority which administers the voucher can lawfully approve, and the rent charged for the dwelling unit is the same as the landlord charges tenants for a comparable unit in the same building or housing development, or the housing authority determines that the dwelling fails to meet the housing quality standards promulgated by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. The problem with this is there's no exception in here for denying the tenant for others filtering criteria of credit, of background, for eviction history, of the way that they treated a unit when they call for a landlord reference, or for their criminal background. So there's nothing clarifying that further in here as well. So I'll take any questions.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware that when we prohibit one form of discrimination, it does not prevent you from denying on other bases as you just listed? That literally prohibiting one form of discrimination does not actually prevent you from denying someone on another basis. Discrimination is very specific to that form of discrimination. Are you aware of that in our law?
I'm not seeing anything clarifying this in here.
Okay, that's our law. I have a follow-up. Are you further aware that when a landlord rents out a unit that landlord basically does not have any real right other than for emergency repairs over the interior of that unit. And so to say that a landlord is somehow being violated for their search and seizure it's the tenant search and seizure when a tenant is occupying a unit. Are you aware that the landlord doesn't have that right because they've turned over that right to the tenant by fact of that lease?
Actually, I'm aware that your question ignores the fact that none of this even becomes a lease where they've given over that right until they've signed the lease. So it's still their property of which they are in possession until they sign that lease. And this would make it unlawful for them to exercise that prior to signing a lease.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense. Okay.
Thank you. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm aware that there can be issues of complicated administrative requirements with renting to Section 8 voucher holders, but I wanted to ask you about one of the protected classes in the current New Hampshire law against discrimination, and that is familial status, as you read it out. And familial status refers to the presence of children in the household. So doesn't discrimination against voucher holders effectively discriminate against families with children?
I don't believe it directly does. As a matter of fact, the reason why I think that is because one of the voucher holders that I rented to obtained a voucher for himself and for a domestic partner, and there were no children involved. And it's impossible to state what exactly is going to qualify someone for a voucher based on familial status. And familial status, as I understand it, and discrimination under that does not just apply to the age or to the blood relation. It's actually that you can't use the lack of a blood relation as well as the age of the household members.
Representative Gibbs.
Follow up. Thank you. Isn't it true that if you look up the definition of familial status in the law against discrimination, you'll find that it refers only to the presence of children in the household, not to whether or not people are blood relations or marital relations or whatever else?
Representative,
So,
I'm really confused at this line of questioning. I think he's answered it. I'm confused at what you're trying to get at. So if you have a direct question, I understand. I think he's answered your question. If you have a different one.
Mr. Chair, I don't think he has yet. If you look up the definition of familial status, what does the law say?
I'm not sure if it does only refer to age in this case, and if it does, I understand that that affects the ability or inability of a landlord to make a decision on that criteria, as it should. But I don't believe that that necessarily has any merit to it being tied to a voucher program specifically, since voucher programs are available to people that are single, that are in a domestic partnership, or have children and have and many more circumstances. It's not tied just to families.
Yes, that's it.
I realize that you can only speak of what your knowledge is, and I realize that that may be limited. But in fact, don't most of the voucher holders, aren't most of them families with children?
I'm entirely unaware of what those statistics are.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Vanessa Blaze.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Blaze, and I serve as the Director of Policy and Planning for the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. And I'm tasked by the council membership to read this letter into record. Our council members believe that House Bill 628 would have a positive impact on disabled people, their families, and those who support them. According to the most recent UNH Institute on Disability Compendium, over 12% of New Hampshire residents are currently living with a disability. It is more essential than ever to continue to support policy that increases inclusion and enhances the lives of the state's disabled and aging residents. The DD Council membership believes strongly that it is important to prohibit housing discrimination against people with disabilities. In the statewide housing voucher program operated by the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, it is estimated that approximately 66% of assisted households are headed by a person with disabilities. The voucher program allows tenants to obtain housing and pay 30% of their income as a portion of their rent. Local housing authorities using federal HUD funds pay the remainder of the contracted rent. The demand for vouchers is so high that applicants are waiting up to 7 years to get one. In addition to the long wait times to receive a voucher, many people lose their voucher opportunity because countless landlords simply refuse to accept them, or they can't find a landlord who will accept them within 90 to 120 days required. This is especially difficult when disabled people rely on certain housing accommodations. The CDC reports that 0.15% of housing in the US is wheelchair accessible, yet 1 in 4 people in the United States identify as having some type of mobility challenge. HB 628 would make it unlawful to refuse to accept housing choice voucher holders as tenants solely because they are receiving this financial support. Landlords can still screen tenants and apply other criteria for not selecting tenants. For example, if the rent for the apartment is high, or if it is not approved by the HUD minimum quality standards. These are only a couple of examples. Landlords should not be allowed to deny tenancy because they hold a housing choice voucher. The DD Council supports HB 628 in an effort to create more opportunities for people with disabilities to find stable, appropriate, and affordable community-based housing. Our council by law is comprised of 60% of people with developmental disabilities and/or parents or guardians of people with developmental disabilities. These members are volunteers advocating for disability justice by identifying the barriers to leading inclusive and integrated lives of choice. Many disability advocates have engaged with and want to continue to work with this state's legislators, including on the Special Committee on Housing and HB 1168 committee to study the effects that the housing crisis has had on people with disabilities. It is policies like this that could be one of the many tools that we can use to combat this crisis. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Representative Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As context for this question, I'm currently helping a group of residents in my town legally with a landlord of theirs who has openly said, and his employees have openly said, that they would like more able-bodied and younger people, both of which are protected classes. So the question is can you foresee the fact that landlords can discriminate on the basis of vouchers? Can you foresee the idea that landlords would use that as an excuse to discriminate against protected classes, which would be illegal for them to discriminate against? So if there's a lot of people, for example, with disabilities who get vouchers, and the landlord doesn't want someone with disabilities, either developmental or physical disabilities, that they could say, because it would be illegal for them to say, I'm not going to accept you on the basis of your disability, but perfectly legal for them to say, you have a voucher, I'm not going to take it. Can you foresee that being used in that way?
Yes, I can.
Representative Gibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to testify this afternoon. Whether or not the use of discrimination against voucher holders is a pretext for something else, as Representative Reed described, given the fact that one of the groups protected under the current New Hampshire law against discrimination is people with disabilities, and given the fact that so many voucher holders are or include in their families a person with disabilities, does discrimination against voucher holders effectively discriminate against people with disabilities?
We believe that it does, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Norman?
Thank you once again for another opportunity to speak before the Housing Committee. Last night, I did send out through email the testimony that I have here, so you have that in electronic form. There is one printed copy here. If you want me to turn it in, I can. There's certainly no way that in any reasonable amount of time I could go over all of the reasons why this should be not allowed. We certainly oppose the bill. The primary problem here is that the Section 8 HCV program is quite onerous in its administration and added costs, and it's just a large government contract. I think it's unreasonable to think that it's okay that the government can force an individual private citizen into signing a government contract that they have no say over. And there are large amounts of extra costs associated with taking a Section 8 tenant. We can get into those if you like, but it can be fairly expensive. I'm pausing because there's just so much. I'm not sure what to say. The issue here is a shortage of housing, and the onerous nature of this Section 8 program. A way better solution would be to create a loss mitigation fund. The state could create a loss mitigation fund. Other states have done this to help reimburse the costs that are incurred when a housing provider takes on a HCV tenant. If that's something you want to consider, I would be very happy to work with you, and our team would be as well. There was a bill last season that was talking to that effect. Let's see what else. There's no allowance in this bill, by the way, for resident owner-occupied providers. Like there's no mention of restricted, non-restricted. So every single residential housing provider would be bound by the provisions here. Not Section 8, but HUD is the biggest problem with this, because HUD writes rules and regulations that, by virtue of having a Section 8 lease, which has the HAP contract, a housing provider would be bound by those changes in rules and regulations that, again, they have no to say over. One of them, for instance, is the CARES Act, which was in place during COVID, had a provision that if you were evicting for non-payment, the eviction notice would have to be extended from New Hampshire 7 days to 30 days. An extra 23 days of lost rent isn't a big expense. I would encourage you to look through this. I think it was 9 pages or so of restrictions and reasons why the program itself is the problem. Now, if you wanted to have a loss mitigation fund to help reimburse those costs, that would be workable. That would actually incentivize housing providers to accept the program. That's what we need to do, is incentivize housing providers to accept using the program, not ram it down their throats. I don't know if you know this, but under RRP rules, which has to do with renovating properties built before 1978 and properly handling lead paint, the restrictions for that program has two sides, EPA side and HUD side. If you have a Section 8 tenant, you're bound by the HUD side of the rule, which has many, many more expenses and costs. The expenses and costs just, they keep going. So I'm going to have to stop, I think, because I'm not covering probably even 10% of what's in here against why housing providers should not be forced into a government contract that's expensive, and it will only increase the cost, which then gets translated onto higher rents, and we just don't need higher rents in our market. I'd be very happy, so very happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Norman, for taking my question. Are you aware of and can you accurately define the term rent-seeking behavior? Because when you not once but twice suggest a government program to pay landlords to cover costs related to their business, in addition to the existing government program which pays the rents for some people, that's the term that comes to mind. So maybe you can accurately define that term?
What's the term?
The term is rent-seeking behavior, and since I'm only allowed to ask questions, I would encourage the entire committee to look up that term.
I don't know that term, rent-seeking behavior. I know that the Section 8 HUD program forces many, many additional costs and burdens in administrations. If you look at leasing, a residential market lease, you have this many conditions and procedures to go through. If you look at renting Section 8, it's probably 4 times the process.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming again to testify
You're
to the
welcome.
committee. You mentioned the need to protect owner-occupied buildings. Doesn't the New Hampshire law against discrimination already contain provisions exempting small owner-occupied buildings?
So in the RSA 540, there are definitions of restricted and non-restricted. Maybe that is what you're referring to?
Follow up. Isn't the New Hampshire law against discrimination not RSA 540, but RSA 354A?
That one I don't know, but what I see written in this bill is the definition of landlord would include all landlords that rent out apartments. It doesn't carve out an exception for owner-occupieds or what we would normally call restricted owners.
Isn't this bill an amendment to RSA 354A?
Nope.
Well,
Doesn't it start out saying amend RSA 354A10?
354-810. It does indeed. Line 1.
Okay.
there's a place in here that defines the landlord. I'd have to look through it again.
So perhaps this is in the wrong area of the RSAs, but thank you, Representative Gibbs, for pointing that out. Representative Bolio.
Can I just make like a point of order?
Go ahead.
Maybe just directing on page 2, line 22, where it's section 22, where it says rental of a housing accommodation in a building which contains housing of not more than 4 families independent of each other if owner resides in one of the housing accommodations. So I think that's what everyone was trying to find.
Thank you.
But I do have a question.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is on these two, if this legislation were to pass, on these two proposed exemptions, where there's one if the rent is higher than what the voucher amount is for, or if the dwelling fails to meet housing quality standards in order to not take a voucher, if you had a housing provider that did not want to go through the burden of taking one of these vouchers, doesn't this legislation create a perverse incentive to either raise rents to be more than the voucher, or if you have a unit that does not meet housing quality standards, do not improve the quality standards?
So you're, just to clarify your question, are you asking if this bill were to pass?
Yes, would it incentivize,
Would it incentivize?
landlords
Yes, it
to
would.
do
In
those
fact, it would incentivize a price war. It would incentivize the housing provider to price their rent above the number that the program accepts. And then the program would come back a little bit later saying, let's review what market rents are. Here's the market rent. Okay, now we approve this number. Then the housing provider would say, okay, well, now I need to raise the rent higher so that I'm not in the program. Or yes, it would be a little bit harder to imagine someone would do it. But yeah, I think it would incentivize someone to leave the property condition in a way that meets code, but leaves it in a way that wouldn't be accepted by Section 8 and thereby not providing better quality housing.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. So just to clarify what you just said, to not renovate so that it's up to that standard, but still meets code. So you're saying that there is still a bare minimum code to which everyone has to adhere, right? So it wouldn't be like they would be in shambles. Am I hearing you correctly?
Well, naturally.
All right.
Section 8 requires things that are beyond normal.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Kristen Evans.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 628. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I'm the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire. And ABLE is a disability justice organization, and we are nonpartisan, nonprofit.
Could you just pull your microphone a little closer?
Oh, I'm
We're having
sorry.
trouble hearing you.
Better?
Yep.
Okay. We're a nonprofit organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. Housing choice vouchers are a critical tool for ensuring individuals with disabilities that they can access stable and affordable housing. Despite the program's intent, individuals who rely on these vouchers face significant barriers, often being rejected outright by landlords based solely on their source of income. The demand for affordable housing in New Hampshire is substantial. According to the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, approximately 35,442 residents live in subsidized housing, including those who use housing choice vouchers. However, the need far exceeds availability. In 2021, the state issued 1,581 vouchers, but nearly 300 expired before being used, largely due to difficulty of finding landlords willing to accept them. Additionally, local housing authorities report extensive wait lists for housing assistance. For example, the Keene Housing Authority currently has 853 applicants on its wait list. These figures underscore the immense challenges voucher holders face in accessing stable housing in the state. Discrimination against voucher holders is widespread, perpetuating housing instability and inequality. According to a 2022 study by the Urban Institute, landlords routinely reject tenants with vouchers, citing stigma and misconceptions about program requirements. Such practices unfairly target vulnerable populations and amplify New Hampshire's affordable housing crisis. For people with disabilities, this issue is notably severe. Over 40% of voucher holders nationwide are people with disabilities. When landlords refuse to accept vouchers, individuals with disabilities are left with no viable alternatives, increasing their risk of homelessness. Housing is a human right, and denying individuals access to housing based on their source of income perpetuates cycles of poverty and inequality. Allowing this practice to continue harms the most vulnerable members of our communities. Reducing housing instability through fair housing policies like this one also have economic benefits, including better health outcomes, increased workforce participation, and reduced reliance on costly emergency services. House Bill 628 is an important step towards ensuring fairness in New Hampshire's housing market. And ABLE would be happy to work with the legislature to streamline the voucher process for landlords. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Last up testifies David Klein. Just turn your mic on for us, please.
I have rental units in the Seacoast area. I do currently have 4 voucher holders as tenants, and I've had them for years. One of the concerns that I have is that one of the differences between someone who has a voucher and someone who does not is being able to screen those tenants. One of the worst things I had to do as a landlord was go into my parking lot and pick up hypodermic syringes that were left by people who were shooting up drugs because a tenant was selling drugs. We couldn't prove it, but that was happening. Those are extremely dangerous to pick up. You don't know what was on them, what people used, and you don't know what diseases are there. And I had to pick them up because I couldn't leave them because potentially children could pick them up and play with them, and none of us want to see a child injured on that grounds. So it becomes critical to me that I have the ability to screen tenants. One of the problems with the voucher holders, or let me back up, excuse me, things that we use to screen tenants are whether or not they have credit, they have a landlord reference, employment reference, and possibly criminal history. Part of the problem with the voucher houses is by nature, they're lower income or they wouldn't be able to get the voucher. They don't have credit. It's not their fault, it just happens. Landlord references, some of them do, some of them don't. Again, if someone's been not been without housing for a period of time, they won't have a current landlord reference. Employment reference, again, it's a hit or miss. It might be part-time employment. Two of my Section 8 tenants now do have part-time employment, and we were able to get them. In a criminal record, it's hit or miss what you're going to be able to get. If we just say, wait a minute, we don't have that credit reference, we don't have a landlord reference, it may bring it up to enough of a percentage that there's this theory called disparate discrimination. And that we cannot protect ourselves from at all. There are instances where HUD or Human Rights Commission has used this theory saying, well, it's causing you not to be able to take 30 or 40% of these people, and therefore it's a discrimination and you shouldn't be allowed to do it. Well, that takes away all my tools to determine whether or not this is a person who's going to fit in or this is going to be a person who's going to be a real problem for me. And that was raised by one of the other speakers too. So that's important to us, and that something be dealt with and addressed in this bill, or you determine not to pass the bill. Another issue I have is there's no limit to the number or the percentage of a building that I have to rent out to people on vouchers. It has been shown that they do better if there's a mix between people working, people of different walks of life in the buildings. Unfortunately, if housing gets out, building A has 5 apartments, I may get 5 voucher holders, and I want to say no to some of them. I don't want to have that many voucher holders in one spot, because I've had it happen once, and it became problematic. I don't want to go into details because it's not fair to the tenants. So I am asking you to think through this bill, look at either reforming it or not passing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When you say that removing or forcing you to accept vouchers as a form of payment takes away your tools to, I can't remember your words, I think you said figure out who fits in and who might be a problem. And the specific comment you were referencing was when we were saying that this could be a tool for discriminating against protected classes. I'm just going to read those classes, and I would like you to tell me which of these classes would indicate to you a problem or someone who wasn't fit in.
Representative Reed, that's out of line.
That's literally what he said.
I'm going to ask you to suspend. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 628? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 2:57. And we're opening up the last public hearing on 623. And I want to recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Alessandra Murray. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Alessandra Murray, representing Hillsborough 20, which is Ward 9 in Manchester. The bill before you today attempts to accomplish one very simple thing: to prevent corporations from outbidding families who are trying to purchase a home. I'll start by sharing my personal experience with this problem. A few years ago, my husband and I were told by our landlord that he would be renovating our apartment and that we needed to move out. Back when this was happening in 2021, and still to this day, rents in Manchester are the same or more than the average mortgage. So we decided to take the leap and look for a home in the city that we had always lived in together, and we nearly ended up houseless because of that decision. Over the next 2 months, we viewed a number of homes, even venturing outside of Manchester, which is where we wanted to stay. Until the last offer we made, every single offer we made, we were outbid on, not by other young families, but by corporations. These mostly out-of-state groups would come in, often without even looking at the property, and put forward offers that were irresistible to the owners, almost always paying in cash. The most devastating home we lost out on, the corporation overbid by $150,000, and then proceeded to reach out to my husband and I and ask if we would like to rent the property from them. This is not a unique story, and this is not only a New Hampshire problem. Over the last decade, The number of investors purchasing homes has increased from 10 to 15% each year, except for from 2020 to 2021, which according to a study by Redfin saw an increase of over 80%. Leading the industry backlash is the National Rental Home Council, the primary lobbying organization for companies that rent out single-family houses. The group in 2024 spent $360,000 lobbying federal lawmakers on efforts to rein in single-family rental companies and other similar matters, according to federal disclosures, which is the largest annual lobbying expenditure the group has ever recorded. When looking at the Wall Street companies buying up homes, you have a small list of corporations that have shaped this growing trend. One of the first companies to make waves in this market is Blackstone. Founded in 1985, Blackstone or Blackstone Group is an alternative investment firm based out of New York. Blackstone's total capital of 2021 sat at $880 billion, over a third of which came from its real estate department. Other large companies in the American home market are JP Morgan Asset Management, Goldman Sachs, Mind Management, and American Homes for Rent. These companies have bought and rented out tens of thousands of single-family homes for the past few years. American Homes for Rent, for example, owns over 60,000 units, operating in over 22 states, with the largest concentration being in Atlanta, Georgia. This trend accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic when low interest rates and rising real estate prices spurred investors to expand their portfolios. By 2022, investors accounted for nearly 30% of sales of single-family homes, up from an average of 16% just 3 years earlier. In some cities, institutional investors account for a far higher share of single-family homes. According to a 2022 report by MetLife, hedge funds' market share of the 7.6 million single-family rental homes in the U.S. is projected to balloon over the next decade, from 5% in 2022 to over 40% by 2030. As in my own experience, because investors are paying in cash, they can often easily beat out first-time home buyers. Researchers in Atlanta estimated that the institutional investors robbed potential homeowners of $4 billion in equity by weakening home ownership between 2007 and 2016. And on top of this, once they buy homes, single-family rental companies often prove to be bad landlords because they are corporations that are often out of state. A 2022 study by federal lawmakers found that the 5 major rental companies hiked their fees by 40% over a 3-year period and saw their tenants fall behind in rent. In California, the state's largest corporate landlord, Invitation Homes, was forced to pay $2 million in sanctions after the state attorney general found it was charging tenants illegally high rents. Research has also documented that corporate landlords file for more evictions than small-time landlords, which can permanently harm tenants' ability to find housing in the future. And I wanted to share that this legislation is not unique. A similar bill was introduced to this body last session, and Democrats in the U.S. Senate and the House have sponsored similar legislation on the national level. A Republicans bill in the Ohio state legislature aims to drive out institutional owners through heavy taxation, while lawmakers in Nebraska, Iowa, New York, Minnesota, and North Carolina are among those states also proposing similar laws. Republican Governor Greg Abbott actually addressed this recently, stating that the corporate large-scale buying of residential homes seems to be distorting the market and making it harder for the average Texan to purchase a home. This must be added to the legislative agenda to protect Texas families. So the difference I made majorly in the legislation last time and this time around was adding a 90-day caveat so that a business or corporation could purchase a home once it's been on the market for 90 days. And the idea of that is to give everyday Granite Staters the first dibs and a chance at buying these houses before corporations come in and make offers that the landlord simply or the owner simply cannot refuse. And yeah, with that, I'll take any questions.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony and for taking my question. You mentioned Blackstone, which is our nation's largest landlord, not at all unique. Many companies have followed suit. Are you aware of a memo put out by Blackstone that claimed that their goal was to make this nation a, quote, nation of renters?
I have not heard that, but I'm not surprised.
Other questions? Seeing none. Oh, excuse me, Representative Aaron.
How is this bill going to be enforced? Because most of the time when a real estate transaction comes to the attention of government, it's at the closing, and that would be way too far ahead in the process.
I believe this bill, I mean, I think unfortunately it would probably be addressed on the later end of the process, but I believe it gives the power to the Attorney General to enforce this, but I can look more thoroughly at the language. I haven't looked at this since drafting.
Are you all set?
I just would want to know, how would it come to the attention of the Attorney General? Because that would be, again, after the closing.
Yeah, I think it would be in the process, but I'll double check and get back to you.
So my question is regarding the penalty. Line 25, it says the court shall, if they're found in violation, the court shall declare the land as cheated, that's a big word for me. I don't know what that necessarily means, to the municipality or unincorporated place. So that the town or the municipality is now taking ownership of the property. And then they're responsible for upkeep and control of the property.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong bill. What line are you referring to?
I'm looking on page 2, line 25. The court shall declare the land as ceded to the municipality or unincorporated portion of the state, the county which is located. When the escheat is decreed, the clerk of the court shall notify the governing body, the select board of the municipality or county, that the title in real estate is vested in that subdivision of the state, and authorize the subdivision of the state so to sell the property.
Yeah.
So you're talking about towns being in the property sale business now?
I mean, aren't they already? The other
That's-
thing, I would be open to, not to ask the committee to do work on my behalf, but I'd be happy to make any amendments to this bill if, there are amendments that could be made to make it more palatable to members. I do think this is an issue that, crosses party lines. I've heard from a lot of my constituents about the issues they've experienced similar to mine with buying housing before corporations buy it up. I thought maybe lowering it from 90 to 30 days could be a good compromise, but yeah, happy to work with y'all.
Thank you. Representative Dumont?
How would this affect residents of the state that would wish to purchase real property under an LLC, a trust, or even a corporation just to protect their own interests? Not necessarily a company, but one that uses those tools to
Can you just pull the mic a little closer?
one that uses those tools to protect themselves.
There are a couple exceptions noted in here, or like grandfathered in clauses, but in general, they would fall under the same. They would also not be able to purchase property, single family housing specifically, under an LLC, whether it's, one person that's running the corporation or 100.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Wheeler?
Chair, members of the Housing Committee here in the House, it's congratulations to you all on being appointed to this very important new committee. As all of us here, this is one of the more important issues that the legislature faces, so it's always good when the legislature does its job and makes a committee around that issue so we can actually study it. I'm here today not to say that HB 623 is a perfect piece of law or piece of legislation, but to say that consolidation destroys economies, and what we're seeing happening with Blackstone and BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard, where these Wall Street firms, not for one political arm or the other, or one, just because they like power and wealth, and you get a lot of power and wealth when you own $23 trillion worth of the economy and everything else. I hear a lot about housing from my constituents, the issue of housing, and then I hear from some people in my party and other parties, well, we should get rid of zoning, we should do this, we should do that. There's a lot of issues around housing, but to me, I see the biggest issue with housing is that these major corporations are artificially manufacturing the market and rising prices by buying up these homes in a way that keeps us from having and participating in the market in a real way. As Representative Murray illustrated, when Representative Murray tried to buy a house, the corporation came in and bought it before them, and then there's plenty of stories about people who tried to buy a house and then the corporation comes in and buys it before them. So $23 trillion in assets. That's how much these big Wall Street firms have in their economy. Everything else, I think, is a bit of a joke. It really doesn't matter what your politics are on this issue. The world is being bought up by people that want to buy the world. And as they said in their, conferences and things like that, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. That's the world that they want for us. So, to me, the American dream should be the American reality. I want to own a home. I want to have a piece of land. I want to protect my family on that land. I want to make sure that the economy works, that the market is open for all people, it's transparent and honest. To me, if there's these corporations buying up LLC, people say Blackstone, but it's really also these fake LLC corporations, not what your question was referring to, but I look at you because you had brought up the LLCs, where people, they look at, oh, who bought my house? And it was this ghost LLC that if you trace it back and you have to go through 20 different shell companies, it ends up at BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, all three of these same companies. And they've got a million different shell companies all across the world, all across New Hampshire, that are buying up these homes and in different ways. And then it's able to say, oh, well, that was that LLC, that was this LLC. Well, follow the money. Where does that go? And it goes right back to these firms. So can we address this issue in a silver bullet kind of way with the New Hampshire legislature and its power? Maybe not, but I think that we can begin to address the issue by opening up maybe a potential subcommittee on this issue or a study committee, but just intaking the information that we're hearing across the state about the fact that these corporations are buying up these homes and maybe potentially figuring out some way to make HB 623 work for us and our people so that, as I said in the beginning, the American dream can be the American reality, and all of us at one point or another in our lives can own a home and own land and own and be happy. And so we're not a nation of renters. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, congratulations to your all appointment to this committee, and look forward to seeing the work that comes out of here.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Representative Wheeler? Representative Bolio.
Yes, thank you. And I very much sympathize with, the story and the frustration that happened that brought this legislation forward. I just really question, really thinking this through about, just how this mechanism would even begin to work, putting aside the constitutional concerns. But when you say non-natural person, does that include a nonprofit?
My testimony was around the issue itself. I think, as I said in my testimony, a subcommittee or a study committee on this issue so we can figure out how it works for the state of New Hampshire is much better than coming forward to this committee than with a stick in hand and saying, this is how that stick's going to hurt. I think coming with a carrot and maybe studying the issue and bringing together all the different stakeholders and in conversation and talking about the issue is a much better way to go about it than debating the minutia of what the drafting agents have brought forward us today.
I'm going to have a study committee of all the people, all the reps that testified in favor of this bill.
Put me on it. Put me on it, Mr. Chair. Put me on it.
Have at it.
Tap me in. Tap me in.
Representative Dumont.
Thank you, Chair. How often do you see these large corporations doing what you are saying, buying up large amounts of single-family property in the state of New Hampshire versus residents of the state or possibly residents from another state moving in?
I don't think we have specific data on what these corporations have done in the state of New Hampshire, but there is data across the country and across the world as to how much these corporations have bought in, and I think you could probably average that data out. In New Hampshire, I don't have that data off the top of my head, but what I would say is that over the course of these last, especially since legislation was passed 5 years ago by the federal Congress to make this a little easier, that this has been happening. I mean, this has been happening for a long time, but it's accelerated a lot over the course of the last 5 years. And I'd be happy to send any information about that nationally. Yeah, thank you.
Representative Reed.
Thank you. I'm so glad you quoted the line, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. I was thinking that the entire time. So you touched on the idea that there's been reticence around issues like this in terms of solutions to the housing crisis, that a lot of the attention has been refocused on zoning, and specifically on supply and demand.
Yeah.
as if that's the only cause to the housing crisis. And my question is to you, since our demand, our supply of housing is not going up at the rate it should, but is not decreasing, right? The houses are not burning down. Has the population of New Hampshire increased so significantly in the last 5 years that it's demanded a triple or quadruple value that we've seen? Has our population increased that much?
No, absolutely not. I mean, everyone in my town, I bought my house for $100,000 and then the house down the street just sold for $500,000. I can't believe it. And they get very worried and scared. So no, Representative Reed, our population, as far as I understand, has been quite stagnant over the last 8 years.
Representative Thaxton.
Just to clarify that question, the population of New Hampshire has increased by about 30% in the last 4 years.
Well, I'm happy to stand corrected. You know the numbers better than I.
Great. Any other questions for our representative? Right. Thank you, Representative Wheeler. Representative Siebert.
Again, everyone. My name is Christine Seibert. Last time I was, and I represent Hillsborough District 21. And last time I was here, I told you guys a story that was pretty relevant to all of this, where I knew this was about maybe a year or so ago. It was when, or maybe it was closer to 2 years ago, 22. It was that summer when all the homes were going on the market and then being bought up. And houses were being bought up from right under people. And I knew two different couples. One was my hairdresser. Another one actually rented, one of them a duplex in the house across the street from me. And they were looking to buy as well. And both of them, it turns out, talking to them at separate times, were actually going to the same few house showings that were happening at the time that summer. Before houses were being totally bought up. And right when they would get to the house, open house, the house would be gone. Somebody walked in that morning with $100,000 suit in the suitcase, and then they can't resist selling it. Me and my husband moved here back in 2012 when he got a job here. And we moved here from Georgia. So we moved up here. We rented at first over in the Hooksett area. And when we found out his job was going to work out, we had originally gotten a year lease, and we started looking for homes. We were able to have time to look for a home like one would think any normal couple can do, that a lot of y'all might have had the opportunity to do at some point in your life. We were able to go house hunting, say what we liked, what we didn't like, have options, and then afterwards have time to go have a beer and discuss, what we saw and if we wanted that. And then we outbid 7 other buyers for our home, but the original listing was $239 or something, and we bought it for $249 because I just was let's just bid a little bit over and get it. So anyways, now it's worth more than double that. And it's really not technically, but it's worth more than double of that. And I'm not hearing the stories where people have those same opportunities now with the way things are going. So we talk a lot in the legislature about personal property, and we talk about having personal property rights and all that stuff. And we all know that owning land is power, and it does mean it's something of your own. But if there's no land left to be bought, what are we going to do? Are we really America? Are we really the state of New Hampshire and live free or die? So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions, Representative Reed.
Thank you again. Thank you, Representative. Would you be surprised if I told you that according to the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, that since 2020, the year to end all years, New Hampshire's population has grown by 1.8%, and the fastest growing county, Carroll County, was 4.7%. Would you be surprised at that information? And do you think that even 4.7% increase in population would justify, without the interference of these businesses that are trying to drive up the market, would only 4.7% or 1.8% justify the triple and quadrupling of values?
No. I also think that it's very telling about this happening nationwide and coinciding with a lot of what has been discussed here today. I feel like that's not a coincidence.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Grace Murray, I don't think she's here. Okay, that's not a problem. Nick Norman.
Thank you once again for an opportunity to speak before the Housing Committee. On this one, my testimony will be much shorter than on others. The basic problem here is the way the bill is crafted is just unconstitutional. And it does refer to all legal entities, so the title is misleading. It's not corporations that are targeted by this. It would certainly squelch the creation of workforce housing, which would be a shame in our market. It'll push developers away from investing in New Hampshire. We need to focus on creating more housing and not implementing laws that reduce the construction of housing. Let's talk about unconstitutionality. To have a property escheat back to the governing body, county or state or however it's written, would be a taking without just compensation. And escheat does mean that the property is given back to, in this case, the government. Corporations and legal entities for presumably, I don't know, 200 years, supposedly, have been afforded constitutional protections. The entities is not a new concept at all. Entities are protected by the Constitution and can transact business. The bill refers to non-natural person. That would mean all forms of legal entities would be excluded. Corporations, trusts, general partnerships, limited partnerships, LLCs, any form of entity, including a nonprofit entity. Certainly, it would disincentivize developers from building housing, which has all these restrictions. They could just build condominiums, which would not have these restrictions. And that's just going to be more expensive than creating workforce housing. When you are looking at the cost of developing housing, it takes a lot of money. This is no news, right? Everybody's saying it just doesn't pencil out. It takes a lot of revenue to pull together enough resources to create a development or to create housing. And so you need to have legal entities that can pool together multiple people's monies that they can come in and create a development of new housing. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Representative Reed.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Norman. I believe you said that the process, you raised a number of concerns, and I don't know whether we want to say all nonprofits or all non-natural entities or just corporations or what have you. And I've heard the word unconstitutional quite a few times, and I haven't heard any article or amendment cited with that. So specifically, you said, one of the things you said was unconstitutional. And I would love to hear what you're basing it on, is the idea of us cheating back to the town. So I'm curious why you think that's unconstitutional when, in fact, don't towns take ownership of properties, for example, when there's a tax lien and the owner hasn't paid their taxes on the property, and then the town goes through a process, takes over that property, and then sells the property to get their tax money back. Is that also unconstitutional?
So there's in eminent domain, the property, the owner would have to be compensated, have just compensation. I don't know if this bill actually gives just compensation, and I'd have to study that a little bit more.
Okay, I follow up.
Are you aware that eminent domain is an entirely distinct and separate process from either liens or escheating? Those are different things.
So you asked about unconstitutionality. So in the realm of unconstitutionality, it would be unconstitutional for a government body to take someone's property without just compensation. eminent domain is an example of where just compensation is given. The other thing that would make this unconstitutional is that corporations have been afforded the abilities to transact business. This would take away their ability to transact business.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Norman.
Thank you.
Matt Bacon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Matt Bacon, Realtor, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors Public Policy Committee and the Commercial Investment Board of Realtors Public Policy Committee. NHAR would urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 623. First, the bill prohibits non-natural people from purchasing single-family residence until the property has been on the market for 90 days. Families and individuals frequently purchase homes using limited liability companies, estates, trusts, many different types of ownership that come through their families. And often this ban actually artificially inflates pricing for them in the long run. They may do this for estate planning, privacy reasons, protect themselves from liability, for the tax benefits associated with it, to operate an in-home business where they finally are getting to have a dream home for their work. And in today's market, prohibiting someone from purchasing a single-family home for 90 days is basically a ban on ownership of it. The average time for a single-family home to sell in New Hampshire is 28 days. Likewise, prohibiting an LLC corporation from buying a multifamily residence for 90 days and then allowing that corporation to only own that property for 2 years would be one of the most devastating things this legislature could do to the availability and affordability of rental units. It is also misleading to title this bill text as prohibition on the purchase of single-family homes, given that the text of the bill specifically says or multifamily following that and does not isolate that down to restricted multifamily property or otherwise qualify that language in any way. Again, the details of the bill would basically ban corporations from owning multifamily residences and require only individuals to own such properties without liability protection, without tax benefit, and without the structure that most of our commercial real estate is built on in this state. Virtually all multifamilies are currently owned and developed by some type of corporation. Many of these properties are worth millions of dollars, and under this bill could only be purchased and held by an individual, not an LLC or other corporate arrangement during the first 90 days. Eliminating that incentive for a developer to build or operate a multifamily will have the exact opposite impact on the availability and affordability of housing. It will additionally prevent most operators from ever acquiring or getting pricing that will allow them to make the construction costs in today's rising cost and inflationary market possible. Finally, the National Association of Realtors conducted a report on institutional buyers of homes and found that New Hampshire was 49th in the percentage of such buyers. Only Vermont had a smaller percentage. Again, the so-called institutional investors were almost exclusively LLCs, not any of these larger institutional investors. Large institutional investors seek disadvantaged neighborhoods where properties are relatively inexpensive or land is inexpensive, places like Arizona, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, etc. They buy these, they fix them up and rent them or sell them at higher rates or build them where construction costs and infrastructure costs are lower. New Hampshire's high home and rental costs and land costs as well as infrastructure expansion costs make this prohibitive, and it means there are very few opportunities for one of these institutional investors to find a deal and make it work. I'd ask the bill sponsor how many homes in New Hampshire have been purchased by Blackstone. Blackstone is the nation's largest landlord, and according to John Burns Real Estate Consulting in a published report in August 2024, Blackstone owns only 0.06% of single-family homes in the entire U.S., while all institutions collectively only own 0.5%. No one has testified as to how many homes in New Hampshire have been included in this number. In fact, most institutional investors are looking at the areas that I spoke of before, and that investor ownership has actually decreased by 8% from 7 years ago, according to census data. Undersupply is truly the cause. We're a nationwide shortfall of approximately 5 million housing units over the last 10 years, according to that same U.S. Census data, while completing fewer homes than before the Great Financial Crisis. This has greatly inflated costs, and our U.S. Census data shows demand for approximately 16,900,000 homes in the last decade, while delivering just under 12 million. a 71% delivery on supply. If that was our food or gas supply, it would similarly spike pricing due to the imbalance of supply and demand and create an inflationary environment, just like we've seen in our housing market. Interestingly, the 0.5% of homes owned by institutions nationwide is insignificant at a national level compared to a 29% shortfall. In New Hampshire, it's a substantially lower percentage, and we've not yet heard a single data point showing how many homes have been allegedly purchased by Blackstone or another institution in New Hampshire and created any pressure. So I would ask the committee to please vote ITL on House Bill 623.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You're with the Realtors Association?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Follow up?
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I was just clarifying. Because we've heard testimony around the idea that corporations and other investment firms, what have you, are aggressively going into the market and spending over market or making offers over market price, wouldn't realtors stand to gain financially for corporations being in that market and buying property?
I'm not sure that I'm qualified to answer that question, except that to say it's actually decreasing the transaction volume for realtors. In 2017, approximately 17,000 homes were transacted in the state of New Hampshire. In 2024, it was a little over 12,000, leading to a lower transition of total sales volume, not helping the cause. Again, undersupply would aid, of course, in your case of your question here, realtor transaction volume, but more importantly to our citizens, it would increase the affordable housing stock. And this bill does not in any way address what I believe the question you asked were getting at.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. And last up to testify is Chris Freeman. And Chris, I know you handed in a pink card for 628. We already passed that public hearing. You might have mixed up the numbers, but yeah, 623, we have that.
Yeah, great. I'll keep this pretty short. That's a pretty tough act to follow. Lots of very interesting data points in that. So one of the things that I'm not hearing mentioned in any of the conversations that have happened so far is the impact to sellers when they're able to command higher prices because they have an investor buyer. One of the things that was really kind of struck me when I first began getting into personal finance and investments was in looking to set my own goals and targets. I looked at what is the median retirement savings for an actually retired person? Like what's the number that you should be shooting for? And this number is probably about 5 years old now, but at the time the median retirement savings were about $167,000, which is not enough to retire on. And in digging into where that value was sitting, it turned out that almost all of that was people's equity in their primary residences. They didn't actually have any retirement savings. And so for people who are approaching retirement who have not adequately prepared for retirement, their ability to sell their home and downsize is a key component of their financial solvency in their old age. And so I would be concerned about any proposal that would seek to prevent sellers, especially elderly sellers, from being able to get whatever the market determines their home is worth. In addition, I think we've already addressed the fact that BlackRock ownership is relatively small. And sure, there's going to be some anecdotes on somebody losing out on a deal to an investor, but I've heard several people in their testimonies and their questions ask, well, what has the population done in New Hampshire? Has it gone up? Has it doubled? Has it gone up by 30%? What's ultimately driving the prices? And I haven't heard anybody mention the fact that during the COVID pandemic, the Federal Reserve dumped nearly $8 trillion worth of new money supply onto the global economy. And I don't see any acknowledgement of the fact that the US dollar is fundamentally a commodity and that the value of all other commodities is denoted in relative terms. So when we have a 40% increase in the money supply, we should anticipate that the prices of all other commodities will increase by at least that much, if not more, due to issues with the elasticity or inelasticity, as the case may be, in real estate of the supply. And I think we need to acknowledge that there is nothing, no idea that anybody in this room can come up with has any bearing on what's going to happen to the supply of the US dollar now or in the future. The only thing that this body can do is clear the way for the creation of new money supply. And if we focus on any other solution, we're going to be missing the mark. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should have asked this for somebody else, but I just waited. Would you consider a trust to be a non-natural person?
When I read the bill for the first time, I had that question and I was curious. I was thinking of specifically, there's a restaurant that we like to go to where the owners have a disabled child. And I know that they were interested in putting the property into trust to benefit their disabled child in the future. I did have the question about whether that would compromise their ability to do so.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. To follow up on that. So if a family had their single family home in a trust to avoid probate, typically is why they might do that, right? Should they, pass away or whatever, would they not be able to purchase another single family home because they had a trust? That trust could not, so they would have to purchase it as a couple, as a single person, and then reestablish a trust. Do you have any idea?
I'm not an attorney, but my belief is that if it was a revocable trust, they might be able to move the asset back out and purchase something in their own name, but then they would ultimately be going through, because the bill is written, has a grandfathering clause, any new entity that was formed to try to accomplish the same estate planning purposes would then be considered a non-natural person at that time. Ones that were formed before might be exempt, but I think it could complicate people's planning going forward. And actually, Mr. Chair, if I could make one additional point, I also think that this bill significantly jeopardizes new development of affordable housing. So one of the areas that I'm looking to break into is LIHTC development, so low-income housing tax credit development. And those projects tend to be relatively low yield, and they are very long-term time commitment. So you're going to go and purchase your property and execute as one of these non-natural people. You're not going to buy and build, an 80-unit apartment complex as, Chris Freeman, dude from Keene. It's going to be, Riverside Park Apartments or something like that. So I think you would see a pretty significant chilling effect on investment, even in affordable housing, if this were to pass.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in this afternoon to testify. I have a question about your discussion of the money supply. How does the level of the money supply relate to the need of New Hampshire residents for housing?
So all prices in a market economy are going to be impacted by the amount of currency in circulation relative to other commodities. So when you add new money into circulation, all prices rise. That's a fundamental principle of economics. It's the laws of economics which supersede the laws of the legislature. The other thing that tends to happen with money supply is there's what we refer to in finance as the time value of money, which represents the opportunity for money to generate earnings, to generate yield. And so there's a tendency when you add new money to circulation that the people who benefit the most are the people who receive the money first. And when you are dumping new money into circulation, that's banks and major financial institutions get paid before anybody else does.
All set. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Freeman, for your testimony. All right. Anybody else here to testify on HB 623? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 3:38. And I'm going to, I believe Representative Page wants to caucus briefly. Yeah. So let's have the Republicans. Okay. All right. And then we're going to caucus in this room briefly. So if IT can turn off the stream, we're going to reconvene around 3:55. And if the public could clear the room at the earliest. It's at a brewery though, so it's like halfway between. Okay, so I'm going to welcome back the Committee on Housing. Open up an executive session on HB 444.
Move out to pass.
I'm sorry?
You opened up the exec. I move out to pass.
I'm not calling on you. I'm not recognizing you.
You
recognizing-
opened.
I opened up the executive session. I'm recognizing Representative Thaxton for a motion.
We'll see if that's allowed.
You're not recognized, Representative. Representative Thaxton.
This is with regards to HB 444. I move ITL.
Is there a second to that?
Yes, second.
Representative Aaron seconds it. Motion is to ITL. Representative Thaxton, would you like to speak to that motion?
444. I think that the bill, I think that the public has other remedies and I think that there are other opportunities and remedies for the consumer and the public to purchase property. I think that it is an overcomplication of the real estate transfer process to require 45 days written notice to the tenants in the building, and it is an unfair confiscation of property rights from the owners of the property.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak on this? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment to a proposed amendment to HB 444, and therefore I would like to move OTP so that we can discuss the amendment.
Representative Gibbs, if the ITL motion fails, you are welcome to offer the OTP motion and offer your amendment. But right now, the motion is ITL. Representative Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, would the same thing apply if I wanted to recommend a study committee or to retain the bill?
Well, you can speak to anything as a member of the committee.
Sure.
But you can't make a motion for a study committee or anything else until the ITL motion is dispensed of.
So can I speak to the ITL?
Go ahead.
The reason I'd like to retain this is I think we've seen success with this with manufactured homes. And I think there's some merit to this that shouldn't just be discounted outright by the ITL. So I think retaining this or study committee or something like that would help us flesh this out more.
Thank you. Other members of the committee? Representative Bolio.
I just wanted to, really point out in the testimony, really highlight how detrimental any amount of delay would be to 1031 exchanges. And that is something that a lot of people in the real estate industry use. So I really think that there's some serious unintended consequences to this. The other thing I would point out is, regarding, manufactured housing parks, which are very, very different. But, we have not really seen a whole lot of development of those ever since that, law was passed. So for those reasons, I would support ITL.
Representative Reed.
So maybe you didn't hear, and certainly Community Loan Fund can talk about this. It's been wildly successful. And all of the issues that were raised that were somehow different between manufactured housing parks and multifamily housing structures, those are the same issues that are faced by the manufactured housing. So one that was raised was repairs. Yes, they actually roll that into, and I know this because I'm helping right now a community and manufactured housing park in Danville go co-op. So yes, they have to roll into it all of the repairs. Shared costs, that's something that manufactured housing parks also deal with. One was brought up about structures that were like rented out and owned by the community at large. That's also handled in manufactured housing parks. So like if you were buying a multifamily house with the first floor was a business, that would be rented out by the community. So all of these issues that were raised actually are already being dealt with by manufactured housing parks. And the idea that that has not been successful since the law passed in 1988 is absolutely not true. Over 200 of these have gone co-op, and they are doing much better than the parks that have not, both in terms of more affordable lot rents and better quality.
Representative Dumont and then Representative Gibbs.
For me, the largest difference between the manufactured homes and the multifamily units is the manufactured homes 9 times out of 10.
You just speak up a little bit, I think.
I apologize. For me, the manufactured homes, the main difference is that normally those homeowners own the trailer or the manufactured home that they are living within, where multifamily units, they do not. So for them to get an opportunity in the manufactured homes parks to purchase out that park when it goes for sale makes more sense than it would be for a multifamily home. So for that reason, I would support ITL.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I think the last speaker and also the speaker before, Representative Reed, both made part of the explanation for my proposed amendment, and that is that one of the main objections to this bill during the public hearing was that there's substantial difference between a manufactured housing park and multifamily housing, and therefore the amendment totally takes out of the proposed bill any reference to procedures for manufactured housing parks because they are different from multifamily housing. And the other objection was that 60 days is too long and might interfere with closings. So for that reason, the amendment proposes reducing 60 days to 45 days.
Further discussion? Representative Reed.
I just don't understand why. Like, and not to single you out, Representative Dumont, but you did just bring this up. Why would there be a discrimination against people if they can get the financing? And that financing is on the lending institution. The seller gets the money. So why would there be a discrimination based on people who have not yet owned a home? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why we'd be like, well, those people bought something, and so they should have the right, but these other people haven't. That doesn't make any sense at all to me, and I'm just wondering if you can explain why we wouldn't be actively trying to get more people to own homes.
Representative.
Sure, and I appreciate the question. It's not an act of discrimination. Those groups already have the ability to come together and purchase that multifamily dwelling just like any other group would be. This makes it mandatory that you offer that to them the same way that you would a manufactured home. It's not the same process. There's big differences between the two. There's no discrimination by saying that we're going to ITL this. If 10 or 15 or 20 or 40 people want to come together in a multifamily unit and group together their funds and make an offer, they have every right to do that.
Representative.
So technically, even before 1988, residents of a manufactured housing community had the ability to come together. But the problem is that people who are buying, just like today buying multifamily, people who were buying those parks could buy without the residents, they would close without the residents ever even knowing that the property was for sale. So the only thing this is doing what ended up allowing those people the opportunity, which is to just give them a notification of sale. And especially with the amendment, that would only be 45 days. Hardly anything closes that fast anyway. And it doesn't even reference the RSA around manufactured housing parks. But the point is that, like, that you're saying they already have the chance, but yes, just like manufactured housing residents had the chance before 1988, but de facto they didn't because they didn't know it was for sale. And the same is true now of multifamily residents. They don't know it's for sale, and all of a sudden they have a new owner.
I mean, anything's for sale. It just depends how much you offer it, I guess. Like, there's nothing to respond to that. There's nothing stopping tenants from, or people that live in one big unit, of getting together similar to the way you form a union. I mean, coming together, organizing, and saying, you know what, we want to purchase this property. Anything's for sale. It doesn't matter how much it is what it is. You know, like, they'll sell it depending on what the price is. Did you want to go? Representative Dumont, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and I do really appreciate the discussion. In my mind, just the bigger difference there is the fact that the manufactured home law that you speak of that came in 1988 was strictly because that the majority of those people owned the property sitting on that land, which is why it was of graver importance to let them know what was going to happen. So that way that land wasn't just sold out from underneath them. There is a big difference to that versus multifamily units, who they're a leaseholder stake versus an actual ownership interest in those other parks. But thank you.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Just to clarify, if the amendment is approved, there would be no reference in the statute to the procedures for manufactured housing parks. That would be totally eliminated. And what the bill what the remaining bill would do would be to provide notice to tenants that the building is going to be sold. And it would address the problem that we've heard about, that there are tenants who only find out that the building they live in has been sold when they get a notice from the new owner that their rent is being substantially increased. So all this is saying is that, in fairness, they should have an opportunity to know before it happens.
Representative Reed.
Thank you. To the extent someone owns what we used to call trailer manufactured house, and that gives them more buy-in. I mean, ultimately, housing insecure is housing insecure. Homeless is homeless. And the ability, and this is an issue that the people I'm helping in Danville are facing, which is if somebody buys it and they jack up the lot rent to something unaffordable, now they're stuck owning something that they can't pay the lot rent on, and they can't sell because nobody else wants to pay the lot rent. So you end up being homeless, and homeless is homeless. And as ingratiated as I am that the chair has joined the ranks of my comrades talking about unions, I think I finally did it. I think that you can say, yes, technically anything's for sale. And maybe that's the way a person with billions of dollars laying around thinks. But these people don't normally think that. And we know from real world information, right? We know that pre-1988, manufactured housing park communities did not have the wherewithal to come together and make those offers. Once they had that chance to do that, that's when they started coming together and doing that, and doing it successfully. So we know that notification resulted in actual people buying homes, or buying the land under their home. So while it's technically true, Mr. Chair, I would say that notification has proven in the real world to be vital to the actual realizing of that.
Okay. Representative Bolio.
So if I could just ask a follow-up question to that. So is really what is needed, or really what you're driving at, is the notification versus the opportunity to purchase? Because to me, what I really don't like about this is it basically freezes the sale process for 45 days and spends a lot of time on that. If there was just a simple notice, that would be different. But this is effectively every time you're trying to sell the property, you have to say, okay, let's wait 45 or actually 60 days, because we're looking at the unamended version, just sit and wait.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. I'm afraid that maybe you're not misinterpreting the original law. It is a 60-day notice of sale. That is all it is. And it says that a landlord, if the tenants come together and make an offer, the landlord will consider that offer. There's an extra piece, which if it's amended would no longer be referenced, that said, well, the landlord will give a little extra time to get the financing for that offer. But ultimately, at its heart, all it is 60-day notice of sale. That's it. Or amended version 45 days. That is all it is. So that time period gives them the opportunity to make a decision whether or not to come together and see if they can get financing. But that whether or not they choose to do that is irrelevant. They may not choose to do that. This is just giving them notification of sale. And it's 60 days before closing, which most of the time maybe not so much in this market, but certainly with multi-million-dollar deals, it usually takes more than that to close anyway, because you have inspections and all sorts of different processes in there.
I'm going to Representative Minor, then Representative Hicks, and Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just curious. I've been through the process with selling mobile home parks. I've done it 3 times. It is not actually that quick and easy, especially when they're coming back and saying, we could use a little more time. This financing wasn't working. Can we use a little more time? It really is a lot longer than that process. I don't know if that was out of line or if I was supposed to even say that, but I have done it 3 times, and it's never been quick and easy. And although I'm grateful that they did co-op, it was not easy and not fun, not fun at all.
Representative Hicks.
Yeah, thank you. This is why I was hoping we could maybe retain this, because it's been a great discussion, and I think there is room for compromise here. So if people would entertain that thought, that maybe we keep this around and not just ITL it, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Page.
I was just going to follow up on the comment
from my colleague from Littleton. If there is desire or willingness to find a compromise here where we're just talking about notice, I think the amendment that Merrill spoke to pushes in that direction anyhow. But if the Republicans on caucus are amenable to the idea of something that's more narrowly tailored just around the notice, I think that would be worth discussion.
Well, I would say in response to that, if the ITL motion fails, then you're welcome to offer another motion. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I just point out that I would be open to a further amendment that would remove the reference to the opportunity to make an offer and so that this is just purely notice, to remove the element of unfairness of the tenant only finding out that the building is being sold after there's a new owner.
Representative Reed.
And I'm sorry, I can't see all the way down, but the representative that said that you've worked with 3 different manufactured housing parks to sell them, did I understand you correctly that not all of them went co-op?
Go ahead.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
One of them had co-opt out of the 3.
Thank you. And I think the point that you illustrated is a very good point, which is the sale takes a long time, usually longer than 60 days. So that notification period, and again, we can say, are they allowed to make an offer or not? They are allowed to make an offer. That's, as the chair very rightly pointed out, they're allowed to make an offer at any time. But that 60 days, which gives them a little bit of time to do that, usually falls within the period of time it would take for the seller to go through the process with the current buyer anyway. So if it takes 90 days with the current buyer, then the 60 days is not a problem, or 45, even less so.
Representative Thaxton.
That makes no sense. If I have a property under contract with an investor, we'll call this investor person, yes, it might take 45 or 60 days to do a transaction, but I can't start the transaction till I'm free to transfer title. So
No.
yes, that's
Not the bill. That's not the language of the bill, and it's not.
But that's how.
And it's not the language. It's
and that's how purchase and sales work.
Yeah.
the final acceptance.
You may respond.
I may.
Yes.
And I'll just pull up the bill. That is not the language, the successful language of the manufactured housing law. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And it's not the language of the bill. The language is before a final unconditional acceptance of any offer. So that means closing, as in you can't go back. It's done. So within the offer is contingent upon usually things like inspection and other things. It's also contingent upon the law. And if the law says it has to be 60 days, then that's the part that's contingent upon it.
Representative Thaxton, go ahead and respond.
Why would my buyer want to spend $2,000 on a commercial appraisal and God knows how much money on inspections on a deal that he doesn't know that he can make? That makes absolutely no sense. And that's all I
Okay.
have to say.
Representative Dumont.
Just for clarification, as someone who deals with PNSs quite frequently, acceptance of an offer is when 2 parties or more sign and now you have an effective date. It's not the sale of the property or at closing. Acceptance of the offer, the way that this is worded, because it says acceptance of the offer for sale or transfer. So this would be prohibiting anybody from signing an offer that's in front of them. You'd have to give notice prior to making that acceptance.
Representative Reed, then Representative Gibbs.
Representative Dumont, I appreciate your response, but you're skipping over the 2 very important and very functional words that are in the current law and have been working for 40 years. That's final unconditional. Final unconditional, as in when you do an offer, it's usually contingent, it's conditional on things like inspection and what have you. Final unconditional is when you are done. Final, done, closing. So that is what this is referencing, and that is the actual practice that the manufactured housing parks go through. In terms of the other comment that was made, why would my buyer go through paying for inspections and what have you when they aren't guaranteed that they'll have that's true of literally every buyer. Everyone who makes an offer on a house goes through that process. You don't know if you're going to actually end up with it because it's conditional.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Just to clarify, even if the reference to the opportunity to make an offer is removed from the bill, the tenants would still have the opportunity to make an offer. As several people have pointed out, that opportunity always exists. Anybody can make an offer to buy something, and the opportunity would always exist so long as the property hasn't actually already been sold. So I'm just trying to clarify that the amended bill would be about notice.
Representative Reed.
A question of the committee. We're spending a lot of time discussing this. So since we're no longer, the idea of the amendment no longer directly referencing the manufactured housing statute that has been successful, would the committee therefore be open to language around 60 days before close? Like just straight up, or 45 days before close?
So why don't we call the vote on the ITL and see where that goes? And then if that fails, then we can discuss other options for the bill. So at this point, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on this. The motion is ITL, Representative Thaxton, second by Representative Aaron.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton. Yes. Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Boras,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin.
No.
Chairman.
Chairman Alexander,
Yes. So motion carries 10-8. Representative Thaxton, I'm going to have you write the majority report. Will there be a minority report? And what's the motion? Is it ought to pass as amended or is it retain? OTPA is the motion. And can you get me an amendment number for that? Can you read off that amendment number?
The amendment number is 0096.
0096. Okay. That's the minority report is ought to pass as amended. Okay, next
And
up, I'm
who's writing that?
Representative Reed.
Reed, okay. Thank you.
Okay, next up, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 558 and recognize Representative Thaxton for a motion.
I move ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Dumont seconds it. Representative Thaxton, would you like to speak to that?
Yes. In most of the testimony, there was significant questions brought up about some of the legality of this. This is information that is readily available in the public domain for the most part. And more importantly, I believe that there is a potential legal problem on the federal level with this based upon the 2024 settlement between the National Association of Realtors and the United States of America, wherein compensation and the cost of things were not to be made public and are in fact considered non-public information. So there's that potential problem as well. But fundamentally, you heard from the registrars, the bill achieves nothing particularly helpful, and the public does have access to the same information as the supposed landlord class.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Based on our earlier conversation, I was under the impression that barring unusual circumstances, we were not going to exec bills on the same day as the public hearing.
So per House rules, I noticed executive session is allowed on pending legislation. And I think this is one of those bills that seem unworkable. I did contact and confer with the ranking member. and just to notify them that we're going to do this today. So I have 2 bills that we heard today that I'd like to take care of today to speed up the process.
I understand that it's allowed. Obviously, I understood that when the vote was taken in the House session. It's just that I think it's a good idea if we have a little time to think about it.
Thank you. Other comments? Seeing none. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 558. Will the clerk call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Boras,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 10-8. ITL Representative Thaxton will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report? The motion will be to retain. Okay, so the last bill that I was going to call today is the last one we heard, House Bill 623, relative to prohibiting corporations from purchasing single-family homes for a certain amount of time. I'm going to recognize Representative Cole for a motion.
Make a motion inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Representative Bolio seconds. Discussion?
The bill as written is problematic. I think it has a long way to go before it hits prime time. So this time it shouldn't go forward.
Representative Page.
I share some concerns about this bill. I'm not going to support this ITL motion because I have a lot of admiration for what it's trying to do, what it's trying to accomplish for Granite Staters. I think there are some issues here. I think the multifamily piece that's included in there is problematic. I think the points that Rep. Dumont raised about how this will impact certain kinds of LLCs and other folks are significant. I'd also like to see us work on it personally. So I'll be opposing the ITL.
Representative Reed.
I also, and I was a co-sponsor on the last term one as well, acknowledge that the language needs work. However, I never, ever support killing something. I think it's disingenuous actually to support killing something because the language needs work, because if you agree with the underlying intention, you should do the work. That's why we're here. That's why we ask people to vote for us. So if you believe in the underlying intention that humans should own homes and not corporations, then we should do the work to fix the language.
Yeah, I fundamentally disagree with the whole premise of the bill. So that's why I.
That's fine. That's fine. But that wasn't what I heard. And I was
This is like-
addressing.
This is like LLCs are people own LLCs. Like, I mean, this is so broad reaching. And the fact that a local municipality will take control of a property, I understand there's precedent in some other areas, but this is like.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't.
Far out there.
I think that's the answer I was trying to coax, which is the real intent of the people who are voting to ITL. It's not, oh, it's just unworkable, we can't do it. It's, we want corporations to own the homes. And so, well.
I'm gonna hesitate you to imply intent on why we're voting the way we're voting.
But what I'm saying, the only point that I was making, and I wasn't directing it at the chair, but at the comments I had heard already, which is in general, on any bill, anytime that you're a legislator, I think it's bad faith to say, well, I agree with the intent, but I just don't want to do the work. I think we should do the work on anything that we agree on the intent on. And so if you don't like the intent, then just say that, which the chair was willing to do. And I think the chair.
Don't like the intent. All right. Representative Hicks, then Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I just think that voting on this so quickly is a reason I cannot support the ITO.
Representative Gibbs.
I'm not going to tell you why I think anybody else is voting one way or another. I'm just going to tell you why I'm going to vote no, and it's for a reason very similar to Representative Hicks, that I think we should have taken some time to think about this rather than voting on it immediately after the public hearing.
Thank you. Representative Aaron.
I'm going to vote to ITL this bill because there's just too many problems with it. Every mom and pop LLC would be prohibited from buying a house. And so I think there's a lot of flaws to this bill.
Representative Dumont, then Bolio.
I would just like to say for me personally, I'm going to be voting to ITL. And the reason for that being is I've had more than one day to review this bill. We all had. So thank you.
Representative Bolio.
I echo Representative Dumont's comments, and I would also add, a lot has been said. Well, okay, well, we need to work on this and that. The fact is we only have so much time in the session. Time is at a premium. Time is, of the essence, and we have a lot of really big issues before us. So the amount of time that would take to try to fix this language when there's already disagreements about the fundamental premise, I think we need to economize our time and we need to actually get good things done.
Representative Reed.
While I understand time is a scarcity, and we all have bandwidth, especially considering we're not paid, right? So, having said that, we don't have all that many bills compared to some committees, and this is the biggest issue. And I don't think that any of us should be going around asking people to vote for us, asking for this position and this title, unless we're going to take this seriously. Now, if you want to talk about, well, do we want to include mom and pop LLCs? Because that's really honestly the majority of owners are these LLCs that it's just one person that owns like a bunch of different 9 Maple Street LLC. Or do we want to include nonprofits? All of that is the work. If you don't agree with the underlying intent, as the chair has aptly stated, then say that. Don't say, well, we could change this language, but I don't want to work and take the time to change the language. It's a huge issue. Yes, it was like 1% of houses are owned by Blackstone, but 30% are owned by some sort of corporate, like it's not owned by people. And so it's a huge, huge issue. So if it's about the LLCs or the nonprofits or what's an entity or does it go back to the municipal, let's do the work. I'm here for the work and I'm getting paid the same as everybody else here. But if it's not that and it's just actually we're fine with corporations buying up all the houses, then fine, say that. That's my point.
Okay. Point taken. So at this point, I'm going to have the clerk call the roll. The motion was ITL on HB 623. Representative Cole, second by Representative Bolio.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Boras,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Kegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. So motion carries 10-8. I'm going to have Representative Cole write the majority report, and will there be a minority report?
Our motion will be to retain, and I don't know if I have a volunteer. If I don't, I'll do it, but. All right, I'll do it, Joe.
Okay, Representative
Excuse me,
Page will
Mr.
write
Chairman.
the minority report, and the motion will be to retain. Okay, so with that, we finished up all our business for today. Plan on having hearings next Tuesday. I scheduled all of mine that I'm probably sponsoring on Tuesday, so the majority of them are going to be run by Representative Cole, but you'll be in good hands, and I'll just sit back. Any other comments or anything to add to the committee before we adjourn? Perfect. All right, we are adjourned. Have a good day, everyone.